じゃあ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang marilah kita bersorak. Harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam.
Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam,
Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia.
kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 gig processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PL.
Selamat datang ke MPL season yang ke-15 dan pada hari ini kita akan buka hari kita dengan pertembungan di antara tim Ray menentang dengan AERO Esport dan bersama dengan saya sekarang ada Coach dan juga Coach Bam. How are you, Coach? How are you?
Fine. Fine.
Baik, saya ada beberapa soalan yang nak ditanyakan kepada anda berdua dan yang pertama sekali kepada Coach Ars.
Okey.
Ada banyak soalan dekat dalam internet, dekat dalam Facebook, TikTok dan sebagainya. Bila kita boleh berpeluang untuk tengok Dinesh ataupun AJ ni bertukar position ataupun swap role. Ada masuk, ada keluar dan juga EV. Sekali. Boleh kongsi tak EV lagi Iris, bila kita boleh nampak perubahan-perubahan ni?
Bila mereka semangat ya main lah. Kalau hari ini sebab kita ada ex-player AERO so kita mainkan dia sebab dia mau bantai ex-teamnya.
Alright, faham. Alright, to Coach Bam, I got a special question for you. So for this new patch, there's a lot of changes, including the revamp hero and buff to marksman and fighter as well. So, in general, do you think this patch has a lot of changes to your team's preparation?
Actually, this preparation for this week, we didn't change a lot. Because the patch doesn't affect us because I believe my players can easily adapt it.
Dia cakap player dia yakin boleh adapt dengan patch yang sedia ada. Nice answer, quite confident. And for you, Coach Ars, kita tengok ada Fanny, Suyu, semua kena nerf dekat dalam patch yang baru ni kan. So, untuk coach sendirilah kan, adakah disebabkan pertukaran patch ni kita akan nampak jungler baru contohnya macam Baxia ataupun Fredrin masuk balik dekat dalam meta ni?
Mungkin bisa, mungkin juga Yusanshin ada juga.
Yusanshin.
Ban ya nanti.
Alright. So, while we're talking about Yusanshin as well, do you think in MPL MY we have a specialist for Yusanshin as currently?
Maybe my player.
Your player?
Yeah.
And how about you, Coach Bam?
My player also. And Sakai's.
Alright, so both of them said kedua-duanya ada pemain specialist untuk Yusanshin sendiri. Tapi apa-apa hal pun kita mengharapkan the best team yang akan berjaya. Thank you very much untuk Coach Bam. Thank you very much untuk Coach As. Dan sekarang kita pun dah selesai bercakap dengan coach kita. Ada sedikit perkara yang saya nak kongsikan dengan anda. Jangan lupa, di pentas kebanggaan inilah kita saksikan detik-detik kebangkitan, kejatuhan dan kejayaan. Jadi scan QR dekat skrin anda dan masukkan kod sekarang untuk tebus hadiah anda. Kita akan mulakan perlawanan sebentar lagi di antara Team Ray menentang dengan AERO Esport. Situ saja daripada saya. Let's go to caster.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL MY continues here today with the second week ready to go. And we've already got the teams ready to battle out. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky at the English desk to keep you guys entertained for the next 2 best-of-3 matches. That's right, you heard it here first. 2 best-of-3s to conclude Friday. And Husky, so far with the new patch, I mean, you've played it a lot more than I have, fortunately, in this server. It is rough. It is rough.
It is rough. I think, well, we won't be able to see Kimi and Drew until next week. But aside from those two, I think that there have been certain impacts, on some of the heroes. Harif is still pretty good. Granger, I think, is still good. But I think it's going to open up a lot more variety, at least in the gold lane. XP is probably going to be the same. Roam pool as well is probably going to remain constant. Same as the mid lane. It's either you go artillery like Farsa, or you go utility like Luoyi and Zhu Xin. So I'm looking for the gold and jungle change, actually.
Well, I do hope that the golden jungle change is going to be actually useful. But at least they've already adjusted a couple of things. We'll see whether or not our professional players are going to have access to them. Unfortunately, we're not going to have access to Kimi just yet. She just did get a new fresh coat of paint. It's all nice. It's all fun and games, but only until next week.
Yeah.
Next week is when they're officially allowed to play it. So, I don't know. I think that the meta could look a little interesting for the next 2 weeks onwards.
Yeah, I personally am looking forward to see if tank junglers would make a bit of a resurgence. I don't need them to be meta again. I just want them to be an alternative, right? Like the Fredrin, faster jungle clip, so much better.
Yeah, no, it helps so much. And especially now that we're sponsored by the Infinix phone. Guys, the Note 50 Pro is already out there. The Note 50 Pro Plus, the ones that we're using here on the desk itself to keep monitor, and what you guys are saying in chat, so don't be naughty. We're looking at it in the middle of games. Now, we've got 5 minutes before we've actually started. First up, it's AERO versus Team Ray. Now, Team Ray has played a surprising amount of games for already week number 1, and looking at the rest of the schedule, a majority of their games are actually happening before the halfway mark.
Yeah, pretty front-loaded schedule for Team Ray, right? Which makes it very crucial for them to start winning games and matches as fast as they can. We talk about some teams being late bloomers, they need some warm-up period. Not Team Ray, they have to get up to speed as fast as possible.
Can't really do much about that, unfortunately. But with that being said, let's have a look at the ping text here. Obviously, they're going to be using Infinix phones on the stage, and it looks like AERO is ready to go. I am curious to see whether or not the team has kind of brought themselves together. After hearing the story of Kuse, it feels like he wants to win this badly, but the rest of his team might struggle just a little bit. I mean, the team seems so passive.
Yeah, we saw them against Homeboys, and it wasn't a competition, right? Homeboys were just clean. We talked about the imports of Vel and Ivan. They really led Homeboys to a resounding victory. But it's not going to get any easier for Team Ray, because Team Ray, like we saw in week 1, pretty solid start, honestly.
Very solid start. Let's have a look at the standings just in case you just tuned in to week number 2 of the MPL MY Season 15. Now, keep in mind, guys, same as usual. You probably know the format if you've been watching this for a while. Sitting right on top is going to be a Homeboys tied up with Monster Vicious, Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports. Ooh, that's still a mouthful, as well as Team Ray. However, Team Ray has only been winning a majority of their matches in, well, they got a 2-0, they've got 3 wins, 3 losses. They play a majority of their games best of 3s, all 3 games.
All their games, yeah.
Yeah, every single one of them, all to the full extent. DX Soul in 5th, Team Vamos in 6th, JP Niners in 7th, and then finally, for the bottom placers, it's Ocean Black, AERO Esports, and as well as Todak, who have not gotten their next set of games.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise is definitely Todak, right? Losing 0-2 to MV, but it's just their first series. AERO Esports gets to play the second. So Team Ray still, at this point of time, will have the most series/games. But if they can maintain what they showed us in week 1, I think Team Ray are in a very good spot to kind of progress through the rest of the league.
Oh, look at that. Even with new graphics, with the Naruto skins coming in soon, boys and girls, get ready for it. Better have some diamonds to roll. But for today's schedule, as per mentioned, AERO versus Team Ray. Afterwards, it's going to be SRG versus DXS. Now, I'm hoping that DXS has pulled something together, because again, when you're up against SRG, it's going to be a really tough time. I think for the rest of week 2, a lot of teams are going to be looking to prove themselves after the slow week 1.
Yeah, I think DXS in particular, when we saw them up against Ocean Black, there were definitely some remnants, some shadows of that MAL performance, right? Very slow, very passive. But then when you go up against SRG, you have to start making moves, and it all comes down to Storm and Rasi.
Yep, and these are the people that we might be keeping an eye out for, as the patch has already updated. With the 1.9.64 revamped heroes being Kimi Glue, I would technically say Yi Shinshin got a bit of a revamp, but it's only towards his ult. That's about it. If you guys don't know, go into game and check out the revamps of both Kimmy and as well as Glue. Now we have to call it spread.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a, oh man, it's not good. Not a good way to have on broadcast.
Yeah, I think the naming convention that we saw in our own patch notes was actually better. That's why I was asking the questions like, do we follow the notes we got, or do we follow the in-game one? But as Mutun has told us, we have to follow spread for now. But it does make Glue better. You get to turn to Goblins without having to rely on your ultimate. It's so much easier to stack your passive also.
Oh yeah.
We'll see. I can't wait to see Glue back in that XP lane.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have been banning it out, especially in that last phase. But, I mean, Yishin finally getting some love after so very long. I think the nerfs are by far some of the more important sectors, and including the equipment adjustment. It's a nice quality of life. They took away the mana from Dama Ice. They now put it into HP. Thank God. Now, for those of you who have checked in game, you can walk with us, because now we have a look at both Kimmy and as well as Glue. Kimmy in particular, ridiculous. Now, so much setting potential.
Yeah, and it's one of the few qualities that most marksmen do not have, right? They don't have the luxury of having a setup. Crowd control, yes, maybe something like a Moskov, but Kimmy, 2 crowd control abilities, and both of them had decent AoE, decent range, and has the ability to hit multiple targets. Not only that, it's also another hero aside from Iritel that can quote-unquote run and gun, get piercing damage with your passive, and they also changed it so that her auto attacks right now is fully considered as basic attacks. So, Feather of Heaven, crit items like Berserker's Fury, Concentrated Energy, we've seen some of that as well. And Rose Gold Media, in particular, changing attack speed to magic damage, they all benefit Kimmy.
Exactly, and I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of interesting builds. We'll see how long it's going to take before people truly break Kimmy, or whether they're just going to know the best build right off the bat. Glue, again, couple of changes. The name spread, not our choice.
Grab.
grab. Again, not our choice. It's what Muntun decides. But I think the only benefit coming in from Glue, I can't tell if he's a bigger lane bully now because of the way his passive works, and as well as the spread. But the scary thing is that, again, you don't have to kind of like circle around your opponents with your ult before you latch onto them. You can immediately just, first, second, you've probably stacked it up pretty high at that point.
Yeah, actually, if you land your second ability, I haven't tested him enough. I'm not sure if you need the Molten Core passive to proc. I think you only proc it with your skills, right? So your second, your spread, the Gobules, the damage tick actually contributes to the passive, so your ult range is also pretty ridiculous, so it allows you to slash onto your opponents from pretty far away.
Yeah, you can keep on just, it is obnoxious to deal with. Now, let's look at the Week 1 Best 5 rankers. Now, when we're talking about rankers, it comes down to different roles. Zorn taking it for the roamer sector with the highest kill participation of 75%. Innocent, of course, after coming off of last week's Savage, coming with the highest goal per minute, 892. Izanami taking the mid lane ranker as the highest damage per minute, 3,491. Lazier and Eevee from Team Ray each claiming the jungle as well as the EXP role, highest turtle in Lord Slain, and highest average damage taken per minute, probably due to the mass amount of games that they've had.
Yeah, best debut so far, right? One of the few teams that have not made any roster changes. They've added new players, but the core is still the same. Last season, there were a lot of questions, right? Eevee back in the XP lane, Lazier showing up with some funky picks, but the Week 1 showing have been very, very consistent. They are hitting all the notes, even in games that they lost, they made Vamos work for it.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, to be fair, Vamos did play rather poorly overall, but I think that Team Ray, at this point, with so many games in the first half of the season, I do want to see whether or not, like, there is a ceiling to them, right? Where is the growth going to be limited or stunted before we get towards MSC, which we have 2 slots, by the way.
Yeah, it's a big year, right? We've earned that slot last year by winning MSC. The doors have opened, and we want to keep it open as long as we can.
With that being said, let's have a look at our first team to make it up on the stage today. It's going to be AERO Esports with Kusei, Zigwif, Kim, Rindo, and as well as Reza. This team was very passive last week. We want to see them get a little bit more active on the map.
Yeah, hope they shake off some of that jitter, some of that rust from Week 1, because Team Ray, even last season, have been a very active team. It's just that it's limited to the first 5 minutes according to their playstyle, but they've refined it, right? Now they take initiative, not just they've power it up from what they are good at last season, and they make sure that they keep the ball rolling. So if you're up against them like AERO Esports, you got to make sure that you put a stop to that choo-choo train.
But that's not all. Their opponents will going to, well, let's see whether or not they're going to get even more active this time around. It's Team Array, this time with Trap, Virgie, Dinish, Lazir, and Iris in the EXP.
Well, I was wondering if we would ever get to see Iris now that the meta doesn't really favor him as much since last season, but we have seen big set of XP lanes get picked up thanks to Monster Vicious with that Terizla of all heroes showing up in that XP lane, but it also kind of fits that bill if you want someone to start a fight. Terizla, Arlet, we've seen those two heroes once last week. Maybe Iris can fill in that role. Lucas as well has been a highly talked about pick, but not picked enough.
Yep. I think only Lazir is the only jungler who picked it up so far in the MPL MY for Lucas as well. I don't know. With the aggression that we've seen from Lazir, I am curious to see whether or not Trap can actually, you know, understand the boundaries, the lines between aggression and defense. With that being said, let's have our teams walk out onto the stage and man their battle stations.
After kicking off the season with a tough loss, they return hungry for redemption and ready to secure their first victory. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for AERO Esports!
Showcasing a stellar performance last week, now they're ready to push even further. Give it up for Team Ray! Introducing the coach and analysts of two teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the match. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps and handshakes between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. And as both teams enter the stage and soon the land of Dawn, only one will prevail in this best of three.
All right, this is one of the teams came prepared. Seems like Team Ray have been honing on their jutsu. We see some hand signs on the stage. And I am very excited to see if Team Ray can keep that week 1 performance going. Getting first pick selection nonetheless, so even more advantage on that blue side. Speaking of advantage on blue side, I feel like this patch might shift that balance a little bit, right?
I really hope so. It really depends on the team's judgment and analysis on the current patch of whether or not some of these top tier picks are not worth it anymore. Things like Harith, things like Granger, things most especially Fanny as well, which has been a huge detriment to teams who've been banning it on the blue side.
Yeah, the heroes that got nerfed all primarily got hit in the damage department, right? So Sicilion, base damage nerf, Fanny, base damage nerf, Granger, base damage and range. Harith, they tune it a little bit, but they still decide to increase the animation for synchro fission. Whatever reason is behind that.
Look, I think at the very least, if they take away, they have to give something. I don't think that Harith needed that, to be fair. I think it's hard enough to dodge the center of it for the most part of it. But now let's look at Lazir and his player history, because again, he has been with Alter Ego for some time in MPL ID Season 10 and as well as 11. Playing from the MDL in Season 5 for Alter Ego X as well. He has been a jungler throughout.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Lazir also has the most unique hero picks right now in the jungle. We've seen him play the Joy, we've seen him play the Lucas. So that hero pool itself, it's an advantage, especially when we're coming into a meta where this patch might affect the junglers getting opened up in these early stages of the game. It would benefit to know a lot more of those heroes, right? We haven't seen him pick a Cho, even though I don't think we will see that ever again. But the fact that you have assassin pools and then you have a fighter and tank pools in your arsenal, it's going to benefit you in the long run.
It's going to be very, very helpful. I would like to see whether or not a team is willing to actually pick up Frederick this time round. Something that Team Ray has done before, playing a strong Ube strat last season. But now we go into the drafting phase, so let's find out. To kick things off, it's going to be Team Ray on the blue side with Coach Ars, and it's going to be AERO Esports on red side with Coach Bam.
Yeah. 3 of the most banned heroes still up on the list. You know, Fanny still strong even though the base damage nerf just because of how unique she is. Matilda and Phobius, not a surprise. And of course you guys can see Kimi and Glue not available for this week. So at least if teams are banning Glue or were banning Glue, they don't have to worry about him for a week.
Well, we probably should have asked the same question for Yishin Shin with his ult as well. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems in game, but let's see, because a lot of teams, it is a high risk, high reward to go for any type of jungler who needs to scale fast. I mean, Ling has taken so much punishment in this meta when it used to be so popular.
Yeah. Kalea Lucas banned, so Coach R's banning out Lucas himself, and this could give us an idea that they are still looking at something like a Joy Suyo. They might be open to that trade. The Jusin is up on the pool as well. Now the Kalea is out of the picture. The Jusin is also an option, I think, for Team Ray. They have a lot of heroes that they can go for.
Yeah, interesting. I'm curious to see whether or not Team Ray is trying to set up for Iris to a certain degree. I don't know if they're looking for maybe even CC in this particular meta, or whether or not they're going to put him on a traditional tank, if not a strong setter. Those are my ideas coming into it. Is it first pick worthy? Not yet, no. But at least Chip is available for play, so the fact that they're banning it out, at least AERO's on top of it.
Yeah. And contrary to last week, we didn't get to see any Chip being banned out because even during SPS, there was a bit of an issue that needed to be fixed. Now that Chip is back in the pool, we see that Jusin first picked up by Team Ray. I do like this opening. One of the weaknesses that Jusin has is always low health pool and the lack of burst, right? She likes to stay in fight, so the longer the fight goes on, the better it is for her. Maybe if they're playing for Iris as a setter, then Jusin would come into handy.
It makes sense, right? If they go for like a double revitalized, double tank style composition. Ooh, Badangan as well as Harith, in anticipation that maybe Coach Ars is trying to set Lazir up with another assassin style jungler. I mean, technically, Hayabusa is out there, Suyo is out there, Joy even still out in the pool.
Many options, in fact, and it still doesn't take away much from Team Ray. I think they have plenty of options to go for. You could opt for flex now. Team Ray does love the Jawhead a lot, although we have seen usually these Roamer picks go in the 4th and 5th pick. And who do we see? Is that Uchiha?
Is that an Uchiha? No way!
Is that Uchiha Sasuke?
That's so soon, but Suyon as well as Hilda are gonna get locked in. And finally, Alpha, traditional counter to Suyo. I mean, technically they only changed his immortal form to take magic damage.
Yeah.
And, to absorb physical damage, and therefore no DR, no damage reduction. You take full magic damage. But even so, True does not care about it. True damage will go right through him. But still, I'm surprised that it has come down to this, right? I mean, Joy was still open for either one of these teams, and still this is what they defaulted to.
It could also lead back to the safer kind of playstyle that they showed us last week, right? Alpha, generally you feel a lot more in control, being able to play a Badang. You have some setup for yourselves. You're not too worried that, oh, if I get snowballed, I kind of lose my function for the next 5 to 8 minutes like a Joy. They do ban out the Moskov this time. And I kind of segue a little bit. If this is the portrait when we pick Naruto skin characters, I'm up for it.
I'm down.
I'm getting all of it.
I'm down. I wish that it was a little animated as well. I mean, that's something that they're probably working on.
Susano ain't moving.
Yeah. We're not seeing the cool particle effects. Not yet, at least. Sicilion going to get banned out this time around. Oh, I am curious about whether teams might even lean into Novaria these days, especially since they did increase her her ratios for her bonus magic damage when she launches that Star Shatter. So it could be just a thought. Just a thought.
They reduce a cooldown ult at later levels, so you know you can use more of the Astral Echo, like how we saw her getting utilized like a year ago. But the condition is still the same, right? You have to land your Star Shatter to make it worthwhile. So every shot you miss is sort of a, oh, oopsie, for the next 5 seconds, I don't really deal much damage.
But, I mean, it's big profit if you do connect, right? At least it's not like a Selena scenario. It's a lot more generous, at the very least, and a lot bigger. And especially with your ultimate, kind of free sometimes. Now, we go into... Oh, hold on. Seems like Team Ray has not gotten their last ban in, with Cho already gone and as well as Moskov.
Did they intentionally open it? Oh, wait, wait, okay, so it's the Eve ban. So they banned out the Eve. Wait, weren't okay. So they banned the Eve. That means Farsa is open. I mean, we got the Vexana too. I can't see Vexana getting picked up just because. Okay, now it's the Selena pick.
Yeah. Not sure what the conditions are for this for now. At the same time, at least Selena might help Alpha disengage. And I think that's the biggest problem right now, right? Is how exactly is AERO going to look for these big engagements and not get punished by Jushin or anybody who's willing to peel? Jawhead also getting locked in. And, I mean, they're building this composition around the Jushin as much as possible.
Yep, we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Jawhead is one of Team Ray's most favorite pick, aside from the Cho. So this Jawhead gives us a bit of that Team Ray identity from last season. They really love running around in this early game. And not to mention, all 4 heroes right now have that capacity to just start a snowball and keep running with it.
With Jawhead being shown, it does mean that Hilda is going to be guaranteed for the EXP. Wanwan is going to be the pick of choice. Somebody who, gets hit by CC. That's not a problem for her. Is able to kite around her targets. However, she is ultra squishy. There's a lot of CC on the opposite end. You can't cleanse everything. And even with Inspire, it might be a little tough. But Trap proved to us last week that he can play it.
Just pray that you don't reach late game and get 2-tapped by Kusei Harif. But that's the only condition that I think Trap needs to worry about. But how fast they can play if they achieve that condition like how they did last week in their first series, I think they are in a very good spot to just win the game before AERO Esports even come online.
Begs the question, Badang, what is it? He's going to be roam. CC is going to try and win this lane up on the top side of the map. Now, the biggest problem in the EXP matchups is that Hilda, in the early levels with Concussive Blast, will clear the lane just slightly faster at the cost of her HP, which she regenerates in a bush.
Yeah. Before you get War X on the CC, the Hilda actually just beats the crap out of you at, in the early level. So until then, I'm definitely expecting Iris to start walking out of lane, join out with the Suyo. So maybe Lazir's gonna start on the opposite side of the XP lane, and then you join up with the Hilda, go for those early invades. It also comes down to whether they can spot out where AERO's jungler starts on.
Yeah, I am curious to see how this is going to play out, right? We are going to see the Harith come into play after the nerfs. Let's see whether it's going to be just as dangerous, or if not, maybe the backswing and the increased animation speed against the Wanwan for the Synchro Fissure might help it out. But we'll find out as we head on in to the Land of Dawn to kick things off for our first best of 3 series. It's Team Ray on the blue side, facing up against their opponents on AERO on the red side.
So following protocols, it seems like that is going to be the case for Team Ray. They're starting on the opposite side of the XP lane. And of course, they're going to go parallel jungling, right? Both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Rindo will go from orange and into purple to lift a Wanderer. But of course, if you have that Tusa in the mid lane, you won't get priority for now. But that Suyo is getting a big boost in that clear speed thanks to Virgie's Sleesh.
Yeah, but also, it's interesting how we're seeing that like both sides want to end up at the EXP lane at the very end here, right? The early invade is only going to get information as that purple buff is going to get taken. Lift the Wanderer gives Lazir a very slight EXP lead. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to fight for the EXP Crab as well.
Yeah, I think if there's one lane that AERO might look to try and win early, it is that gold lane where Kusei will have that pressure over Trap. You just poke with the single fissure. You're always going to do more damage in the early game as long as you don't somehow take a weird trade. As a Harry, you have to shoot as well. One big difference right now is the junglers decide to end up on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, no interaction so far, but moving towards the top side, we notice that Harith actually has Festival of Blood. Now the gank on the mid lane looks pretty good for now, as Kim going to be given over his first blood.
Wow, very well done by Team Ray Aries, but just overstepping. Kim didn't need to be that far up. You have the trap to work with. Your Roma wasn't there, and we see Iris once more just pushing Reza out of the lane with the help of Lazir. The turtle coming up, AERO Esports. I'm not sure if they want to contest this.
I don't think they will. I feel like AERO at this point in time, until they've got like a definitive lead, they're just gonna like, step back and chill for a second. You can see that Alpha already on that purple buff, not trying to put himself in a dangerous spot at all. Just counter jungling, give up the neutral objective, walk back, full clear, rinse, repeat.
Yeah. So Team Ray, they did kind of sniff it out, but slightly late to the party. They decide that, okay, Rindo, you got our purple buff. It's completely fine. We aren't really losing out on that much. Lazir still got the turtle. It's going back to his orange. At this point, what AERO Esports wants to do right now is just play slow. Make sure that Virgie and Dinesh doesn't get the space that they want. So you have time for the CC and this Harry to start building up that item. Reza push out of lane again.
Getting chunked out pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. Very, very hard indeed. But no battle spells lost, minimal EXP. Oh, he will miss out that Carmen. And oh, hold on, the ejector is good, and Lazir finds a second kill here. Great to find it for Team Array. Dinesh, oh, actually, no. Dinesh taking the first one, and Lazir taking the second one of the game.
Wow, Foresight must have saw his ZK run into the bush, an instant flicker toss. Now Kusei will be forced under his turret with the members of Team Ray hovering around the top side. Again, this is the only lane that can survive early on without much assistance and win trace. Everyone else will need a bit of help from one another.
I am surprised though that majority, especially for even Kusei, right? He's taken that flicker instead of that purify. He's not afraid of Virgie. He's just gonna have to try and outplay the scenario. Maybe that's why he took Festival of Blood in case he does get thrown into those types of positions. But even so, it's still a risky game to play.
If I've learned anything with Harry Flicker, is that you're a very juicy target for Virgie. You can reach late game, have full items. If this Jawhead tosses you, you are instantly gonna go down.
Ooh, another one. The Z-Wave is going to lock him into place. Even dropping his ult as well. Kusei gets involved, and man, nicely played by AERO. Really good chain CC.
That's the strength of the Badang. You can sandbag this Jawhead as much as you want. As long as backup is there, this Jawhead will not be able to get much value off of it.
Another pull-up coming in from Dinesh overall. But now we see that Iris getting involved into the fight, gets CC down against 4. Pops the Revitalize here, but not really going to get much done. Dinesh, even with Lantern Flare, it's not going to be enough. Spirit Alpha comes up. He's forced to flicker backwards as the rest of the team finally regroup. Even Retribution being thrown down by Rindo does not want to take the counter-active damage. Now, Kusei in position, but can't do any more than this. Zaman Force gets to be saved.
Take the turtle and just cut your losses. There's no need to continue that fight. AERO Esports actually have a lot of crowd control with this Badang. If you can't kill Zkip, he is going to start killing you instead. And not to mention, you have all these long-range Abyssal arrows from Kim that you always have to watch out for. And now we see the lane swap, sending Iris up top, but so does AERO Esports, right? Bringing people to top side.
Oh, perfect chain CC again. Fist crack into Abyssal Arrow underneath the tower, allowing Kusei to get free chrono dashes with the Zaman Force. Nothing much they could have really done there. And now, on the bottom side, at least, when they've got this lane swap down, they've traded Tier 1 for Tier 1.
But they say movement is a luxury sometimes with the amount of CC AERO has. And it frees up Kusei's lane. Trap is still ahead in experience, but I think if you're AERO Esports, you don't mind this development, right? In fact, Trap is looking at the top lane right now and saying, what happened? Half a minute ago, we did a lane swap, and now I lost my turret.
Yep, it's just gone. There's nothing much you can really do about it at that point, but here we go. As AERO now continue to rotate out towards the bottom side of the map, they probably want to get that other Tier 1 as well. With the turtle spawning in 46 more seconds, looks like they've got a pretty ideal path, but despite the counter jungling, Rindo is still slightly behind Lazir.
It's going to be a temporary situation, I think, for Rindo. I think as the game moves on, Lazir is going to do more damage. It's a Suyo thing. But at least Rindo does provide that frontline potential, that setup, right? Again, he leans back to the amount of utility that AERO has to hit multiple targets in a team fight as compared to Team Ray, where you are relying on this buffer of the Lantern Flare or a flicker toss from Virgie, but it's single targeted.
Have to take their time here. Kim poke his nose out as Iris opens up the map. Z-Quid can peel him back for a while, but nothing about taking the space or territory. They want Kusei to get involved. Reza looking for an angle towards Lazir and Trap. Dinesh gets hit by the first one, but Rindo gets ejected and he's dead! He's gone! And Z-Quid might be the next to fall. They find it as Trap instantly capitalizes. Fast responses. They take out 3 members of the side of AERO Esports.
AERO not even in a position to respond to any of those collabs. They had Reza on the flank, but this CC is not a threat at all if Team Ray gets to pull the trigger on you like that. Once more Virgie with the catch, And we saw the idea from Kim. He's trying to chip out Dinesh, force some resource out, but Dinesh knows that he is going to be safe, and now this whole game has just been blown wide open. Bot tier 2 taken by Lazir. Trap gets to go back to the top side, now with 2 kills under his back. Virgie is even going to take that opportunity to take this orange buff away.
Now, in most situations when we see mid laners trying to kind of zone out their opponents, they usually do it by like, oh, I have a lot of damage, I have a lot of range. In this case, it's really, really tough. Once that Abyssal Arrow is down, I think that Dinesh gets really, really aggressive, right? He's right in your face, he can bait out the engages, and he basically can zone you out for free. There's nothing much AERO can do about that.
And there's this very cool trick by Jusin, where you shine your lantern into a push. You do not need to hit the target to check for vision, and that's the best part of it. I think the problem is going to start, accumulating for AERO Esports, because how do you play these side lanes, right? You don't have the best hero to manage side lanes. Compared to a 1-1 Suyo, AERO Esports will always be one step behind. These Abyssal Traps now start losing their value, because Virgie can just step on it, eat up the damage, same as Iris. They're essentially, mercenaries sent out to just trip all these mines.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to deal with, especially when you have a Hilda on the opposite end. Even so, Trap is in a great position. 3 items already complete. They need to hit something. They need to find a good engagement. It's really, really tough, especially since Dinesh does have that flicker. So even if they do get a perfect combo without the chain CC, it's not going to mean too much.
Unless they can flush out Iris from the bush, I think it's pretty hard for AERO to even walk up. Maybe you rely on this Badan to get a big snap engage, right, and try to blow up your target. But it's a lot to ask for, because then the remainder of these damage comes from Kusei.
Oh, the ejector flicker again. Reza in trouble. Quickly drops out his vengeance. Ends up dying to Trap regardless. His window gets run down too. Lazir does not care at all. He will jump on you. Team Ray, really good pinch as they get on top of that lower. Kusei trying to make a play of his own with his Amend Force. He's getting some good damage in, but it's not enough without that Holy Crystal. Virgie is just eating these shots. Lazir secures the Lord.
Wow, that is quite an eye candy to see Harry do 0 damage to a tank.
Yep. I mean, those nerfs are coming into effect here until we see those third items. Even so, AERO Esports in a very dangerous spot. They're going to lose the rest of their tier 2s for sure. Whether they lose an inhibitor, I'm not so confident they can hold on to it, especially if Dinesh is just walking up like that.
And they don't have the best wave play either. A lot of weaknesses in this draft. And you only start to see it when you start falling behind, and this is the spot that they are in right now. Not the best side lane management, not the best wave clear, and they can't even deal with all these pickouts, right? Your front line. When, like, ZK, if he gets ejected, he just disappears, and no one else can do the job, not even Reza with Vengeance.
Oh, you can see that AERO was thinking about biting on it, but they have to remember that the Lord is pushing in. Have to stay disciplined there. They had a potential angle, but it's just not worth it. Holy Shielding also going to get popped on both top and bottom side, and unfortunately, you're right. AERO, they've got no wave clear to really deal with this type of pressure.
I could have utilized the Lord a bit better if Virgie just walks up and tosses a minion, but he wasn't in position to do that. It's fine. Small detail for Team Ray that it's not going to cost them too much. They can still continue to siege.
Yep, and here they go. Virgie looking for the play. Flickers forward, gets the ejector again onto Reza. Gets blown up as the crossbow tank is out. Luckily, Winter Crowns keep them protected. Underneath turret is a little dangerous, but Dinesh gets them out. And Kusei, he wants more, but instead forced the flicker away. And Trap is able to get him underneath the turret. A 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team Ray.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Rindo saved his entire team by aggroing the 1-1 out and pressing Winter Crown, and then Kusei decides to man fight the rest of Team Ray when his team backed off. So big mistake there from AERO. They will still keep the inhibitors, and that's the silver lining. But Team Ray, they can keep doing this for days. No one from their end is going to go down. Iris will heal back up in the bush. Virgie's just respawn. Less than a minute for the next order to come up, and AERO Esports have no way of now taking control of the map.
We're getting close to that checkmate angle once again. 7.9 about to turn it into 10.2. They're going to jack all the jungle here. However, they need... Oh, wait, hold on. Ejector almost... No, gets canceled out as Rindo gets pulled by Lazir, as well as Dinesh running him down. A split disengage, costing the life of their jungler, and that's a free inhibitor for Team Ray.
DK even used his ultimate, so even if there's an opportunity to counter-engage, he just can't take it. You need that ultimate for the extended crowd control time, and now you have to wait for another half a minute. And half a minute is a luxury at best for AERO Esports.
Building the stacks fast. Holy Crystal just bought by Kusei. This could be the saving grace. And now with his Diamond Force out, he's trying to find an angle. Chunks trap out pretty hard. Okay. Starting to see the old Harith numbers start to come back at level 12.
He's lucky that Virgie's flicker was 3 seconds off cooldown. If that flicker was off cooldown, oh boy, Kusei he would have gotten grabbed instantly. Either way, Team Ray should get this lord for free. Concealed from AERO though.
Tries to open up the map. Spirit of Alpha into Fist Crack into... Oh my goodness, hold on. They turned this around fast. Dinish is able to move forward with the help of the Lantern Flares. And Trap now coming faster forward. Won't give it the crossbow. Tang Reza quickly with a vengeance. Has to isolate Trap by himself. 3v1, but it's not good as the backline is already dead. And that is it. Lazier able to chop down the legs of AERO Esports and closes out this game.
None of them are worthy of the crossbow tank, and Team Ray once more solid performance to start off game number 1, 14-5 with the second lord of the game. Wow.
Tough draft to play against, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, we are not seeing the proactivity. I would have expected, hey, if we're taking too much heat on one side, you go to the opposite side of the map. You can't be giving things for free.
You gotta play for your winning side. We saw glimpses of that. They were hovering top side a little bit, maybe to try and help out Kusei, but it didn't last long. And I think that's something that AERO might need to look at, right? You have the idea on where the winning side should be, where the hero that you need to focus on is, but you're not committed to it. Maybe because everyone else is getting pressured on the map.
It's really tough, especially when your side lanes aren't finding those winning lanes that we were hoping to see. I don't know. Unfortunately, between Kusei and Trap, both sides didn't exactly see a winning side. It was pretty even overall. But even on bottom side, I would have expected a little bit more pressure from CC.
Yeah.
Those turtle fights really costed the lane.
Yeah, I think if you have a choice, you still look for Kusei. That's mid side. You have a Selena mid. You have a CC XP. They're not going to get out of their lane alone. You know the Hilda is going to move first, but there's one lane that Kusei gets to control, right? That is that gold lane, which they didn't capitalize enough. Saw some good engages, counter engages from ZKid, but it was only that one time.
Yeah, it was only the one time. Really, really tough to say how game number 2 could turn things around for them. Let's look at the item build, and maybe that will give us an idea of what some of these adaptations are going to look like. When it comes down to emblems, the fact that we saw 2 pull yourselves together, one coming in from Trap and the other coming in from Virgie, you knew that they wanted to use their battle spells, but how quickly Trap was able to start outscaling Kusei was pretty nuts. 3 items before Kusei ending up with at least 1,000 gold extra off of 3 turtle fights.
And this didn't take into account that AERO Esports made the move to kill Iris after a lane swap and take that tier 1, right? They freed up Kusei's lane, and I was expecting them to start bleeding that advantage, but then that turtle fight happened, where they tried to go for a pincer maneuver, got completely shut down by Team Ray, and they started losing everything. Team Ray realized that they are just so strong that there's no way that AERO could stop them.
Exactly, and I think, unfortunately, Virgie was a good target initially, right? You punish Virgie, make sure that he's weak. If he doesn't scale fast enough, he won't be able to make those plays. But I think Virgie also realizes, hey, if I just make the play first, there's nothing much you can do about it, because at the end, even if I die, we're going to get 2 back. Dinesh almost guarantees it.
Yeah, and if they want to kill me, they need at least 3 members, right? They need a Badang, Selena, maybe plus Alpha, or the CC, and which most of the time is not really going to be the case due to how fast Team Ray takes care of the target that Virgie tosses over to them. Even when you look at the numbers, right? In terms of buff takes, purple buff is even, but orange buff is completely controlled by Lazier, so that top side of the map basically got shut down by Team Ray.
Yep, and there's nothing much they could really have done about it, right? I think it's tough. I think there needs to be some consideration. Oh no, but then you would be giving up things like chip. Is it worth it? I feel like a Jushin ban might be necessary unless they start changing up their mid lane strategies. Put Kim back on artillery mages, maybe put him on a Farsa or something, so that he doesn't really have to call his support to contest this lane.
Yeah. That, and also they don't really have a solution to deal with Zeus in this game, right? Who is going to jump up? You don't want the Padang to jump up. Good luck trying to land an arrow as a Selena. So everyone from AERO Esports are at the mercy of Dinish's first pick, Zeus in first pick. Maybe a Hayabusa, maybe a Joy would have done a lot better in just strengthening that back line, which was absent this entire game. And that also explains why Trap got to free hit, right? He didn't even need his crossbow tank. He pops Inspire, and he just attacks 10 times faster.
That's all he needed. And I mean, considering that he got 3 items so fast in this game, by the time he got that Malefic Roar, it really didn't matter what AERO Esports was going to throw at him as long as he doesn't get caught. Regardless, man, it was a risky composition for AERO Esports. They did not win the gamble. Unfortunately, if they were able to get like an early snowball, maybe this could have been a little different, but it's really, really tough because I think Lazier patched up a lot of the holes when AERO Esports was looking to punch through the wall.
And I also do feel like maybe this is what AERO Esports is comfortable with drafting. Maybe they practice this kind of archetype of a lot. But that Selena 4th pick is actually, I feel like that really sandbagged themselves because they saw the Hilda early, they saw the Jusen and Suyo. The fact that the Hilda exists means that your push control with the Selena trap goes down by a lot, right? And they still went for that. So you got to sleep in a bit. You make in, but key players this game all from Team Ray.
Yep, no surprises that Rich Guy goes over to Lazier once. Again, he is capturing a lot of that 900 GPMs. When he's popping off, he's really popping off. The carry going to the Trap, of course, Iris, as well as Dinesh Sandbag and Wingman alternatively. And I think that, I mean, it suits Dinesh's role. He's not ultra aggressive on the Jushin. He definitely is more utilitarian, more than anything else.
Even when we saw him last season in Red Esports and the season prior to that in MAL, he's a very utility-based, right? He's very selfless, sort of like, you know, Storm, Izanami, a couple of examples that we can throw out there. But he pulls his weight, and I think, you know, it's good that he's getting the screen time that he deserves, and he is really pulling the weight for his team.
All right, let's have a look at the backstage here and give it up for our MVP. It's going to be Trap playing a strong 1-1 game. That's 2 wins in the bag for this guy. I mean, his MVP stats are looking pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Again, white hero pool. We haven't really seen much gold laners go down the 1-1 route, so he is definitely one of a kind. And again, a flawless game. Uncontested, don't really have to worry much about, you know, about what the enemy team is doing. The fact that he's confident enough to go for pull yourself together and still make it work and join his team in all these fights really shows that Team Ray have had a blueprint and they follow it to a T.
Yep, and again, really, really good stuff coming in from Team Ray. They're looking very connected. It seems like they're making a lot of the correct decisions, but I think the struggles is when it gets into those ultra late games, right? That's when you start to see the impatience coming out from the Trap.
We saw Team Vamos sort of take advantage of that, right? But also, I think the X factor in that game was the fact that they had Roundel, not Roundel, they had Clawkun on the Loyi, right? Off-tempo plays that I think Team Ray didn't adjust to last week. But aside from that, they also have all these moments where Virgie is just setting the tempo and everyone else from Team Ray knows how to follow up. This was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. They won that Lord fight, and Virgie, with all these catches, is just making life for AERO Esports incredibly hard.
Yeah, really, really difficult here. Makes you wonder whether they should have considered actually holding on to Purifies, but the draft itself doesn't really call for it. I mean, the benefit of Flicker is too good for a composition that wants to go snowball heavy, right? Being able to set up those plays and finding those clutch angles.
Yeah, it's also you kind of win some, you lose some, right? Flicker is on a 2-minute cooldown, but Purify is on 90 seconds. You just have to kind of play with the skills a little bit. But yeah, I think Team Ray in this game just show a lot of composure, and this I think also could be a result of them having a 5 to 6 month boot camp leading up to MPL Season 15, right? Staying under the same roof, they have all these bonding activities, and you can see it really start to pay off.
Yeah, it's paying off pretty well so far. I do want to see what the higher echelon of this team would look like, right? I feel like they haven't been pushed to it just yet. We've seen cracks before, but AERO, we're not getting much from them, right? This is kind of a false negative, false positive on the litmus test. So they're going to have to do it again in this best of 3, and I hope that they're going to show something that they are not only comfortable with, but at least a more consistent draft rather than having to risk it all.
Yeah, so far it's very underwhelming, right, to say the least. When they announced their roster for this season, I think a lot of people are really hyped because, you know, you got Kusei, you got Rindo, and, you know, Kim is back in the playing field as well, but so far, there hasn't been any connection. We see some very good ideas, but it's the reactiveness that I think is causing us some of these games. They don't really know how to kind of push the envelope, and sometimes they're not given the tools to do so.
Yeah, man. Speaking of not having the tools, the hot topic here, if you're a coach this week, which heroes would you target in your picks and bans for this patch? And I think, besides the fact that we already can't utilize the Fanny and as well, sorry, not the Fanny, the Kimmy and as well as the Glue, as of now, this is on the assumption that they're available.
They're available. I think well, Fanny, Matilda still gets priority. I mean, for obvious. I feel like Glue probably would shoot up in priority. Kimmy, maybe not. There's still ways to deal with Kimmy, right? End of the day, she's still a marksman. You want to utilize her setting abilities. You need heroes to work with her. So, yeah, I think maybe those 4, and then everything else is up on the table, right? Jusin, Suyo, Joy, Cho.
Cho, yeah.
The pick of the litter, you know?
Yeah, the pick of the litter. I think that Kimmy is in an interesting spot because I feel like a lot of people are now having to look back, reevaluate Kimmy to see what her laning phase is, which I think is probably one of the weaker ones overall, especially against the current meta of gold laners that we have available. The Grangers, the Harrods, for an example. Even Womwom would be a pretty difficult matchup overall.
Yeah, but and that's if she hasn't, if her passive isn't stacked to max, right?
Yes.
I think as the game progresses, Kimmy does feel a bit more easier to play, right? Your first ability, you can hop over walls and you auto-target targets, and once you get access to your crowd control abilities, you actually become a lot more useful in terms of setting the tempo of a fight, which most marksmen don't have the tools to.
Especially since they're the ones who in the ultra late game have to walk up and bait some kind of reaction, right?
Yeah, Kimmy is like, no, I set the tempo, or better, you try to run away, I will grab you back. And it doesn't help that her ult slows you, right?
To
guarantee the suction, I don't know. Maybe the one way to nerf it is to remove the slow. That could be something for consideration if Kimmy gets out of hand.
Well, let's see whether she gets out of hand, right? I don't think we're going to have another Bruno Granger situation like we did at M6. And
yeah,
I think, you know, Moonton has learned this, like, okay, certain things clearly are overtuned and we'll fix them immediately.
Yeah, and they happen. I think they're making some good decisions, some sound ones, trying to open up the jungle pool, trying to open up the gold lane pool, and now I want them to do that for mid lane, because pretty stale.
It is. I do agree with you that the mid lane is currently pretty stale overall. A lot of things that are punishable. There's no pick that really encompasses everything for the mid lane.
Yeah, like back then, I mean, even now we look at the mid lane trio as the most important 3 members of a team. But mid lane, I think, is in a position when if your duo isn't doing well, you sort of lose impact as the game progresses. Even when you start getting items, I think that really stinks.
Oh boy. Hey guys, keep in mind that the MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise is now on sale. More designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth, so come on over to Stadium Juara and go check it out. Based on which teams do eventually come, they'll also be selling their jerseys too. So if you want even more merchandise from your teams, and as well as MPL, come on over.
You don't have to buy a ticket for the match, by the way. You can just show up to Stadium Juara, go to the booth, buy your jersey, and if you want to go elsewhere afterwards, feel free to do so. Feel free.
But I will say that entry pretty cheap. Very, very cheap this
10
season.
ringgit.
10 ringgit, an easy walkthrough to enjoy the game. Now, we've got a minute left, and now I'm very curious because it doesn't look like the spirits are broken for the side of AERO. I think they understood high risk, high reward. We lost the 50-50. What are we going to do about it? Let's see.
Make it easier for themselves. I think that's plan number 1. That's the first thing they need to start considering. Sometimes you go for a draft that on paper works, and I'm pretty sure it works, but with a higher requirement for execution, right? And that's sort of what they went for in Game 1. Game 2, I think keep it simple, right? Get a mid lane, the artillery mid lane, get a jungler that can snowball, get a gold lane, you can stick with Harry, Ranger, Moskov, I don't mind that as well. And get a roamer that can pick people off easily, right? Maybe you trade a Jawhead for a Cho. I think a Tigro isn't too bad as well. You could go for Flex with the Gatard. We've seen that. In fact, I think Gatard has the highest win rate so far from week 1, right? 8 out of 10 picks were wins, so that's what, 80%, and it's flexible.
It is flexible. I agree with you that, but then again, I'm getting a little tired of seeing these pickoff style of roamers rather than teamfight-oriented ones. Just goes to show the drafting phase is so important for the teams to identify the game style. And now we have AERO Esports on the blue side up against Team Ray on the red side.
Okay, a blue side fanny ban. This already tells us something about AERO. Maybe not confident in the fanny, but most importantly is that now they essentially blocked off one of their potential bans. We see Chip and Jusin banned out by Team Ray. The Fovis is still up on the table. Matilda as well. Decent first pick material, honestly.
Still a lot of things up in the air though. With Chip and Jushin out, Kalia is in question. A lot of the top tier junglers as well. Actually, wait. Now that Suyo takes full magic damage, does that make his matchup against Joy even worse for him now?
Yep, in a way, yes. I think there's outplay potential. We've seen it's like a skill matchup to a certain degree, but Joy does way more damage than Suyo. If he doesn't have cooldowns, you essentially just get 100 to 0 by a Joy in the late game.
No surprise. That'll be interesting to see whether teams are still able to make those outplay scenarios happen. Harith, the next ban coming in from Coach Bomb.
Huh.
I would have imagined that they wanted to hold it up there, but that's totally fine. Now TR have to make the decision. Now that Jushin is out of here, there is no real answer to Kalia unless you start taking a bunch of purifies. Oh, but instead, they're just going to leave it all out in the open, banning out Loyi.
Now it's a big trade. It's a big moment for AERO because I think this trade is going to favor Team Ray slightly more with the amount of options left in the pool. So whatever AERO picks right now has to really make up for a lot of what Team Ray is going to take in the next two picks. So they will take the Kalia. Yep.
Sakura, man. They've got it all ready. They've got it all ready.
Just the assets though, the skin is not out just yet, right?
The skin is the, yeah.
We got fooled for a bit.
We got fooled for a bit, but as soon as we went into game, I was like, oh man, not yet, not yet.
Next week.
Shonen Jump would not be happy if it got released earlier.
Yeah. Ooh, those embargoes. Yeah. Not fun to play around.
Not fun to play around indeed. Team Ray, now with the next two picks, they've got a lot of options to work with here, but
this is one of the few rare moments we see Matilda get let through the first phase of the draft.
That's the thing. That's why I'm thinking whether Matilda is worth it. I guess you could technically outplay it.
Matilda Alpha, but you have to take Purify on Matilda to not get like grabbed. So they still go for the Selena opening, but this time it's gonna be Team Ray. There it is. That's maybe Fredrin.
Yeah, maybe it's Fredrin. Maybe it's Fredrin time. Okay.
Yeah, Fred Matilda.
Fred Matilda. I mean, they could have gone Fred Matilda instead of the Selena straight away. I'm just surprised that they're like, oh, we see Kalia. We got to go for Selena. That is the pick to counter.
I definitely feel like there's a better pick in this first phase aside from Selena. Fredrin, sure, right? But even by revealing Fredrin this early is not really the most you know.
I just thought of it. Iris has shown in the past year that he does play Fredrin EHP. This could be a potential flex pick coming in for the side of Team Ray.
But it doesn't buff the Fredrin in the lane, you know?
I know, but even so, it's got to be utilized somehow, right? And I think that's the only other way. But now that they've already revealed Joy, there is a good argument for Fredrin just to go back into the jungle at this point now that Coach Mama has revealed it all.
I think you go jungle. I think Fredrin jungle, Selena is definitely mid, right? It's very honest opening from Team Ray. Better yet, good luck playing Joy this game. I'm not really sure how Rindo is going to do this unless you snowball out of your mind and somehow, you know, Kusei destroys the lane. But that early phase, once Team Ray gets oppressive with this Matilda Fredrin, this Joy is going to have a really hard time.
It is. Well, let's just hope that Rindo can outplay a lot of the situation or finds like really good angles to get into the backline. Because regardless, even with Matilda's heal on top of the shield that you get with the Guiding Winds, if you pull yourself too close together into an electrifying beat, you might just be given free double kills.
I mean, that and also you have very good setup for the for the Abyssal Arrow, right? Like Chain DC Machine, you have a Fredrin, you have a Selena. And we still haven't seen what Iris is going to be given, right? There is no Hilda this time. Hey, Badang could work. He could go for Teresa for eye care. I think that's not too bad as well. I mean, wow, you have Kalea. Grab this.
Yep. There's a lot of pretty decent answers overall, but I'm seeing the Sicilian band, really good smart coming in from ours, making sure that even if, hey, we don't hit the Abyssal Arrows, they're not engaging into us, they're not going to get poked out. And they also get the Farsa band as well.
Ooh, Kim having a rough time. 5 mid laners removed from the pool, including the pick, which was the Selena, really forcing his hands. Obviously, AERO's response is to start targeting a trap, but again, he's one of the few low laners with a wide hero pool. No Moskov, no 1-1, no Harif, no Granger. I think you can consider something like a Beatrix.
Yep.
If you want to play, say, there's the Claude, you know, if you want to go ultra late game, that's one of the ways to go for.
I will choose my own path.
And it seems like they're locking in the Arlet. The Arlet first. This is actually really interesting because Arlet has now a lot of triggers available to him to get those resets.
Yeah. This is such an Iris thing. That's what I was expecting, right? I was wondering, okay, you feel Iris, what are you going to give him? Well, Teresa Arlott, not really in the meta, but if there's anything we know that about him, he would still go for it. At least, you know, make it a 50% win rate after last week's Arlet. And we saw
by Eevee?
no, by Subbat.
By Subbat, sorry. Oh, my bad.
Gotta fix that win rate somehow.
Yeah, gotta fix it. Iris is not happy with that. Looking at the draft 1 pick recaps, the second phase is where it got really, really interesting. And now missing out on two mid laners. They're left with Eve as well as the CC to face off against this Arla. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty good matchup for CC, depending on what emblems Arlet decides to take.
Yeah, it's a good CC matchup. Yip is probably one of the only few choices left for Kim, so beggars can't be choosers. Now we see what Trap wants to go for, right? Again, I think there's still the Bruno, Claude, Beatrix.
It is in despair.
They're gonna go for the Natan. Okay, well, he did get a bit of a buff, no more backswing for his animations.
So he's a lot faster, but it also means that their damage profile heavily towards magic. And I mean, obviously there's true damage coming in from Lazier, physical coming in from Arla, but we'll see once we get into the game whether or not Iris is going like full out damage.
I mean, if he snowballs hard enough, he could go Sky Piercer.
Oh, that's also true.
But I think he would just go the usual Arlet build, right? Maybe a Thunder Belt at max. If anything else, every arrow that hits equals to infinite setup.
With infinite setup and a lot of CC from the side of a Team Array, let's see how they're going to activate Iris to disrupt the enemy team. Because AERO, they've found a composition. This is a lot safer to play in general. Great way to deal with tanks, great way to start peeling and sniping people, but most importantly, that RWM could be the game changer.
Another possible game changer is the fact that the core players on the side of AERO have no Purify. So, again, they gotta really rely on those front lines to start soaking up the damage. But another problem is, who wants to stand there and eat the arrows? No one wants to do it. Kalea doesn't want to do it. Neither does CC. But everyone else has Flicker.
Yeah, it's surprising that this is what it's come down to, right? AERO, they're going to have to really risk it, play a little risky game. And so, at least for the side of Team Ray, there is respect for the Kalea at the very least, right? Trap with the Purify, Burgi with the Purify.
Hold on. Did that... Wait. So, Lazier just decided to not use the Naruto skin last game?
Huh. I guess he didn't. I guess he just didn't scroll through. I guess he didn't scroll through the skins. And it was just like, let's go base skin, baby.
That's minus points.
That's minus aura right there. Wait, so we had Sakura. We have Sakura first. Maybe this is like a prelude, but right now Iris, he's going to be losing this trade pretty heavily against Reza. Plays it perfectly so far. Based on the emblem setup, it looks like he, again, hold on. Dive on the top side is Iris. Tries to hold it. Gales with a vengeance. Doesn't find the second vengeance. He got the reset that he was looking for.
Oh,
so close to the outplay.
Oh my goodness. That was almost an outplay by Iris. He even had the flicker, but he decides to keep it. No point blowing that one if he's gonna die anyway. So good move from AERO Esports, right? Again, identifying a weak lane and taking advantage of it. This time it's in the XP lane. They know that CC will win the trade early on. Send Rindo up top, get the first blood, get the snowball rolling.
Oh, dude, he got him right at the edge with the stun, so he got the maximum amount of time. Ah, it was there. We all saw the angle. He could have done it, and now back into lane. He's not level 4, ending up losing an entire cart minion because of that. Without that final slash, I want to see how TR are going to play this because they have to waste some time. Now, Zigwim can heal. He's totally fine with the energy eruption already down. Oh, Rez already down. Gets the engagement with the help of the curve call RWM. And Rindo finds it. Gets one. Dashes out with the help of the Cyclone's Eye.
Yeah, didn't need to be there. Just get the turtle up. Continue to power from your jungle if you are Lazir. The fact that Iris doesn't even have final slash means that he has no business trying to contest for turtle. You're never going to win that trade anyways. And now Trap is going to start suffering.
Yep, yeah, and he's been suffering this entire time. He's taking shot after shot after shot. Zigwim so close. And beautiful laydown by Kim. This is painful because Kusei, he was already winning, and I think this guarantees that lane for him.
And now your side lanes have just exploded. If you're team ready, there's a 2.2k goal lead for AERO. Only 3 minutes in. And if there's any similarities from game 1 that we've seen between these two teams, is that right now, Team Ray are the one running the Selena. They do not want to fall this behind in the early game. And if you're that Fredrin, you're thinking to yourself, how can I bring this game back? Right? I need to be able to keep forcing AERO to commit to these fights, but I don't have the damage.
Oh, and now instantly, Tsunami Slam comes out. Lazir dead. Doesn't have the items as we see Rindo take out Virgie easily. This is just massacre, right? This is walking out in a dark alley where you shouldn't be, and getting shanked, and it's like, should I have expected that? Yes, you should have.
And it all started with one turtle fight. One mistake, one macro error from Team Ray has snowballed to a 3k goal lead for AERO Esports. You've lost total control of your side lanes. Your mid laner now is technically a roamer, because Dinesh now has no priority in his lane, and he doesn't have the luxury to just stay there and farm. He needs to help his side lanes.
It's looking real tough because Iris might just... Oh, actually, they decide not to go for the redive here. Now my bot side, Trap is able to at least catch away, but you can see a huge EXP gap between the two. And even for Virgie, what do you really do? You can't walk up. You can't necessarily be in that front line, and you need to be in a position to be able to save your friends with the guiding winds if they get jumped upon.
He needs to get his Flash of the Oasis, which means that for the next few minutes, AERO Esports will have free reign of the map. Team Ray, they make some adjustments, they go for that lane swap, making sure that Trap, if there's anyone on their team that needs to be babysat, is going to be Trap. He is their insurance policy, so they will give up that bottom tier 1, but at least Trap does get the full plating up top, so he gets that go injection despite going down earlier on.
Yep. This is a way for him to actually try and catch back up. Now, we do see that Reza, he's hovering around that top side. He could easily try and make a play of some sort, but I don't think he's going to risk it for now because Kusei already has first rotation towards the mid lane, and with no neutral objectives to really fight for, it looks like they're okay just trading tier 1 for tier 1 because they know they're ahead.
They're losing bush control as well to the Kalea, which is the biggest tool for AERO at this point of time. The target is always going to be that mid tier 1 because they have Flicker on ZK. You can make some pretty surprise it catches, but Trap heavy in danger.
Yep, and here we go. The current call's already down, and honestly, doesn't take too much to take him out. And Rindo finds another kill in him. Oops, Tsunami Slam now into the RWM to try and trap Lazir. Gets pulled out. Final slash to pull him back into the fight. Quick goes a little too far. Saved by the help of the guiding wind. You gotta be real careful on those empowered autos.
Got killed by his own passive. Very unlucky for ZK, and thank goodness Dinesh somehow got out of that. The kill, though, went to the person that you would wish is not on. It went to Virgie.
Yep, it went.
Of all people, it went to Virgie. That's feels bad for Team Ray. They still lost the mid tier 1. Top tier 1 is also under siege as well. Most likely will break. So it's a net negative for Team Ray.
Yeah. With all things said and done, that's 2 turrets, and especially losing the mid turret. With the kill going over to Virgie, we look at the goal difference now, and it's, even with that kill, still not enough to catch up to Zico at 2.6, 3K, a 300 goal difference.
That kill actually meant nothing. Meant nothing to Team Ray. They still ended up losing, even though
That's crazy.
Went even. And this bot tier 2 is going to go down too. that map control for Team Ray is completely gone. They don't have any presence on the map, and the only way to get back into the game right now is you pray that Lazir power farms enough to be tanky. You pray that Iris gets some godlike engages, and you pray that Trap hits his power spike and doesn't die in 2 shots.
Yep, he's going to get bailed out of there. The taxi service of Virgie to pull him out of these dangerous spots. And hold on, the Tsunami Sniper is going to pull Lazir out of the way. He's lost more than 75% of his HP, and Rindo's in the back with the electrifying beats and with the RWM. It has already told them this triple kill was inevitable for AERO Esports.
This game might be done, actually. It's an average of 1,000 net worth advantage per minute for AERO Esports. The saving grace is that Team Ray somehow got the top tier 2. We saw Trap push it down just now. But in a macro sense, AERO Esports really have gotten the full control of the game. And Team Ray, we've seen them, even if they cash a target, they don't have the damage to finish the job.
Yeah, they don't. They really, really don't. I think the only way that this is going to work out for Team Ray is if Dinesh hits a really important arrow. Let's look at the instant replay here, because this cutoff was really, really nice. They came in from every single angle. Like Rindo coming through T2, sniping Dinesh first before he's able to actually get into the middle of this fight. Oh,
almost picking off Virgie, and Rindo has essentially hit critical mass. Sideways both stacked up, so Team Ray have a lot of housekeeping that they need to do. And I feel like we're watching the reenactment of Game 1, but it's on a... the script flip a little bit, right? Team Ray now have very poor control of Silas and Trap.
Guiding wins. Nicely played. Nicely played. Able to get out of this time round. Rindo now keeping into account that he has to also deal with Virgie on top of him. But in the meantime, an 8.2k. Maybe this is blue side supremacy.
Maybe it is. Part of me still felt like this Selena first pick is partially the reason why they have zero control. This mid trio has very low impact, right, compared to what AERO has with a Kalea and a Yi. And then you add on a Fredrin second pick on top of that, and then Matilda comes afterwards. I think Sequence definitely did give Team Ray some false sense of confidence that they can get the ball rolling, but they didn't expect the game to get out of control so fast.
Might just get even more dangerous here. Rindo, he's playing on the edge. He's trying to bait something out of Team Ray. He wants them to make the mistake so they can close out this game even faster, because they've already secured the checkmate angle here at 9.9k, 9 minutes into the game. That's 1,000 gold per minute.
No punish on the draft that ran Flicker on the course, right? Kusei has not been touched the entire game. Kim, he was like caught once, but no, he still didn't go down, right? He had that RW and shield in that mid-side skirmish. A 10k gold lead at 10 minutes. AERO Esports, if anything, they have essentially won this game for themselves. Lord is coming in from bot side. The whole defense was popped prior to the Lord take. So Team Ray might guarantee to lose an inhibitor.
All right, let's go straight for the inhibitors, boys. One by one, Kusei will start working on that bottom inhibitor. Team Ray, they might just have an opportunity. That final slash goes from right to left, so we need to keep our eyes out for Iris, and as well as Dinish's arrows. If Dinish can find an arrow on a key target, I'm expecting Iris to immediately look for a flicker final slash. And as they systematically take down that mid turret as well, AERO is just going to suffocate Team Ray in their base.
Bang for their buck for sure. So free. They might even get the top inhibitor if they want.
Oh, and here comes the Tsunami Snipe almost instantaneously. And Kusei takes him out with the help of the Sky Piercer as well. As the electrifying beats, Lazir's trying to get on out of there, and unfortunately, he actually does with a little bit of help, and Virgie survives! Blessed, but no, Kim says no. Void Blast to instantly end that streak, as Lazir just does not have enough items, just dying to the raw damage coming in from Rindo. Sky Piercer again, as Kusei is going to finish things off with a double, make it. Oh, Kim stealing that away, wiped out with that last minion wave. That's GG. AERO Esports brings it to a 1-1.
Taking a pacifier from the baby, AERO Esports made it look so easy. In fact, the game was already 50% through the drain by the 3rd minute mark with how fast AERO was playing it. This draft basically unlocked the moment we saw that first turtle fight end up in their favor. This is one of the few times I would say, hey Team Ray, look, game 1 worked well for you because you had a good idea on how to play. The draft was perfect. And then you decide to take a 180-degree shift in game 2. And clearly it didn't work out.
It did not work out. What can we really say about this? Selena needs to go. Selena needs to go.
They didn't need to draft like this.
They
don't. Like I like the Matilda Fredrin. You know, I saw the Fredrin. I'm like, okay, Matilda's open. That makes sense. But why would we go? Why do you go down such a big curve, right? Why? Why go for that change? Game 1 draft was perfect. You had all the right picks. You knew what worked. I don't know. Maybe they're testing out. I would say that if they didn't have to play majority of their games in the first half of the league, because all these points, if we ever go down to tiebreakers, this is going to bite them in the back.
It really is. I mean, the combination of just having a lot of CC to make that Arlo work, okay, sure, that's fine. At least you can play like on both sides of the map. You don't only have just one out, but I don't know. It feels like a dream. It feels like...
That's a fever dream. You had a long day, you get home, you lie down, you knock out.
You're seeing double.
Yeah, you had this weird dream and you wake up and you wonder to yourself, did that really happen?
Your sleep paralysis demon is like, yeah, it did.
I picked Fredrin, by the way.
Stop! Trapped in my own body here. Same like Team Ray, unable to walk out of their base. And I mean, Lazir, he just took an absolute beating. 2 items only achieved, Radiant Armor on top of the Immortality, and that's all he got this game.
Yeah, if there's one more thing to cherry pick is that Lazir had Immortality, but he allowed Iris to walk up and die. That's not what you should do, you know. If there's anyone to get caught, it should be you. You have 2 lives.
I don't know. I don't know. There's no going away with it. I think that, unfortunately, just not their game, right? Didn't have the tools, mentally checked out of it. And I think that AERO Esports just took full advantage. I'm guessing this is why AERO Esports was so confident in game number 1, because I'm assuming sometimes their scrims look like this.
Yeah. Which is pretty crazy, considering that 5 mid laners were not in the pool, right?
Yeah.
Including the Selena first pick.
Yeah.
The Yves went through, and in fact, Yves was sort of like the one of the biggest winners for AERO Esports. They're like, you took Selena, well, good for you, but guess what? Of all the heroes who didn't ban, we had Yves for Kim.
It's sad. It's sad to see. Worst comes to worst, I mean, they could have gone with like the Valentina counter pick, Valentina blind pick there. You would have 2 valuable ultimates. You wouldn't know about Yi, but at least the Kalia is something. It's tough to say. I want to wash this out pretty quick because game 3 should start rather shortly. I hope, dear God.
Yeah, this is a game that I think even if you just tune in, you didn't miss much.
Yeah, didn't miss much.
This was like a halftime show.
Now I'm trying to figure out what are the coaches saying in the back. It's just like, so what did we learn from that game, boys?
I don't know. Don't draft like this. I think it's a complete mismanagement on your red side draft. I think it's even more sad that they had so many options.
Yup.
Remember, we had like what? So Kalia gets first picked. We had Joy, Suyo, Matilda. We had Luoyi. So many options. And then we went for Selena Alpha, Selena Fredrin into Matilda.
It's a feels bad moment for sure. Definitely a feels bad moment. And I mean, because of that, they lost everything, right? Pretty much a majority of their buffs after like the 5th minute into the game. 3 turtles, it just took 1 Lord to tip over Team Ray at that point. And I think that as much as teams like the idea of the raw synergy of the composition and was hoping in their guarantees, which in this case was going to be trapped, it just wasn't enough to wave clear without the items. Now, let's look at our key players here, because 3 out of the 4 are going to be AERO Esports members, with the sandbag, unfortunately, being Lazir.
Yeah, and of course, the being a sandbag is the least he can do, right? Even this Fredrin couldn't eat up much with the Guiding Wind Shield. You just get blown up by the Joy Granger damage, and as much shield as you have, Skypiercer doesn't really care. He really does not care if you have shields. He cuts through you anyways. So this game basically is a wash by AERO. There really isn't much to break down in depth because it's such a one-sided game. But if there's anything, we could award an MVP. Whoever.
Hey, give it up, our MVP of the game. It's Rindo. I mean, he got a very free game this time around. At least he's showing off his angles and the way that he looks at the game as an assassin. He's coming in really, really nicely and can push the extent when he knows he's ahead. So at least we get a little bit of personality in-game from Rindo, because I felt like I didn't get too much last week, and coming into this week, and I thought that was going to be the same case.
And we know that now he can play these kind of carry-type heroes, right? He definitely has the understanding to pull it off. You know, with the right resources, we see him just dance around the members of Team Ray. Now they just got to remember this formula, right? If anything, going into game 3, just draft how you have done, give Rindo Suyo/Joy, and make sure that you have a strong mid lane with Kim. And because even as much as we talk about Dinesh being a very solid mid lane in that utility role, Kim is one of those OGs that has been perfecting that craft since the olden times.
Yeah, and he did a really good job, because again, I don't know whether it's just raw communication or game sense here, because a lot of these RWM, some, again, I'm assuming that he's communicating really, really well with Zqueef in particular, right? Every single one of these engagements, instantly you see that RWM come out and try and turn things around.
It's one of the few moments that the animation for the final slash, when it was nerfed, you really see it. It's so slow.
Yeah, but it's more reactable. Well, a lot more reactable now. Arla, I think they're going to need to put a lot more into Arla to get him back into the meta, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's just, I think so far only MPL ID has pulled it off, right? I think Dyron did it once. It was this highlight that Dyron essentially just shut the show down with a big Arlet play, and even then, he requires very specific moment and execution. And I think it's not to say anything about the players in MPL MY so far, but I think we have strayed away from that playstyle.
Yeah.
I think just stick to what's good for us. Pick the Hilda CC.
Just pick the Hilda CC. Go back to that matchup, right?
Yeah, we don't really have much going on for us. Well, not in the metas, also.
Also true. That's also fair. I think if it was a lot scrappier, we might have seen a little bit more. But for the time being, it's tough to watch these teams try to adjust to the current metagame, which requires you to be so precise in these team fights in general and abusing certain interactions to try and get these leads.
Yeah, like the draft hasn't felt so so punishing, right? Like back then, drafting phase, you could get a weak side, like the weak red side start or blue side start for wherever it is, and you can still recover in the second phase. But right now, you start with a weak sequence, the rest of the draft is going to be heavily affected. I mean, we saw it 2 games in a row.
2 games in a row already. I really hope the quality of scrims aren't like that, right? They're quick, they're hasty. It's a draft problem. The execution just boils down to I have a better draft, and that's all the advantage we need.
Yeah, I think the biggest I've personally never observed a scrim before. I mean, I do know that, you know, they decide on what to play, and then they jump into the game, get it started. But I hope that they don't use it as a total reflection of what actually works, right? Because sometimes teams, they do experiment. Toda was a good example last week, where they, I believe Saifu in an interview did say that, well, it worked in scrim, so we stuck to it, even though it's not the most optimal pick. It shouldn't be like that. I feel like you still should look at what's good and change to that if it calls for it.
And I think that at the very least, have some like core concepts when you are trying to experiment.
It's like, I have a losing matchup, but hey, you know what the hell, right? We won in scrims.
Let's just roll the dice. With that being said, we're gonna be throwing it over to our stage host. It's an interview with Poji. Guess who he's with? Let's find out.
Mana mungkin ada anak yang boleh berjaya tanpa restu ibunya. Dan sekarang saya bersama dengan Puan Zainun, ibu kepada Kim. Apa khabar Puan? Alhamdulillah. Baik Puan, saya nak tanya sikit lah kan. Soalannya daripada awal-awal lagi, penglibatan Kim dekat dalam dunia e-sport ni. Kan Puan ni terima tak terima dengan dia macam, kenapa kau main game Kim? Tak gitu Kim, belajar. Dia tak macam tu.
Ya, pada permulaannya memang saya tak setuju. Tapi bila ada cerita macam ni ada MPL apa, bila saya faham, saya bagi sokongan. Terpulang pada dia lah, itu jalan yang dia pilih, itu minat dia, teruskanlah.
Baik. Apa yang dia nuak, silakanlah buatlah kau mak sokong macam tu.
Ya.
Betul. Baiklah, yang kedua saya nak tanyakan. Saya difahamkan seboleh-bolehnya setiap perlawanan puan akan ada dekat sini. Betul?
Ya.
So macam mana pengorbanan dan perjuangan untuk datang kat sini tu? Adakah dia berbaloi tengok anak kat sini? Rasa gembira tak?
Ya, memang gembira. Walaupun kalah ke menang ke, hati tetap gembira. Masa kerja dulu, saya sanggup ambil cuti untuk datang sini. Tapi sekarang ni, saya pun dah habis kerja. Bolehlah setiap perlawanan, insyaAllah kalau tak ada apa, boleh datang.
Baik.
Bagi support kat dia.
Kalau boleh saya tahu, apa yang mendorong untuk menyokong anak tu sebenarnya?
Bila sudah tengok dalam MPL ni, ada kebaikan lah. Ada yang boleh berjaya. Saya pun teruskanlah, sokonglah.
Baik. Untuk soalan yang terakhir lah, kalau boleh saya nak tanya dekat puan sebenarnya kan. Apa harapan puan sebenarnya untuk Kim ni? Bukan sebagai seorang pemain profesional, tapi juga sebagai seorang anak sendiri.
Saya harapkan dia boleh berjaya lah. Dengan lebih cemerlang lagi, harap-harap dia boleh menjaga saya lagi lah. InsyaAllah akan datang dengan, kalau dia main game pun, biarlah terus berjaya. Dan terus berjaya lagi lah. Itulah harapan saya.
Terima kasih kepada Puan Zainul. Itu dia, Kim. Dengarkan mak sokong, buat elok, buat yang terbaik. Itu saja daripada ibu kepada Kim. Jadi itu saja daripada saya, dan lantas kita terus menuju kepada caster voice over. Silakan.
Thanks, Poji. Oddly specific there, but also W Mom. W Mom. That is Kim's #1 fan. Apparently, based on what I've heard, this mom shows up to every show. And while, again, full-time job, double job, by the way, double shifts, takes the shift, takes a break, comes over to MPL, watches the game, goes back to work.
Crazy commitment and dedication, right? Just the bottomless love she has for Kim. Hey, Kim, if you don't want to win it for the fans, win it for mom.
Yeah, he's gotta, man. He's got a long career ahead of him. So even if things are going to be looking a little shaky right now, every win is going to count. Looks like Coach Bam, given the speech, given the motivation, more so, hopefully their team is ready. I feel like the Selena, oh boy.
Just ignore Selena.
It's cursed.
Like, you've seen it even in other regions. Selena is not the household name, right? Not every mid laner picks Selena and wins game. Even the best teams in the world have lost games on Selena. And I'm talking about players who are known for Selena. Even Prince has lost his games. So we aren't any different. I think, again, stick to what's good. I'm surprised we haven't seen any artilleries. We've seen Jusin, Selena, and Eve.
Eve, yeah. I don't know. It's really unfortunate that... I don't know if it's really unfortunate or these teams are so adamant on coming up from a long history of MPL MYs where it's, okay, if we do good, we gotta save the strats. We gotta save all the strats. And then a patch comes and it's like, okay, all our strats are gone. Boys, all of our strats are gone. We gotta come up with new ones now.
Well, good news for AERO fans. Coach Bam did say that they didn't have to prep too much for the patch.
Hey!
Apparently, it didn't affect him much because he's confident in his boys, and so far, it seems like it's paying off. Back on red side, so let's see if they can get value for their picks. This Matilda and Lucas ban from Team Ray is the same as game 1. AERO goes for Kalea ban again, so we're back to how the ban phase was in game 1. Although Fove is still left open, I wonder if Team Ray will ban it or AERO.
I would imagine... it kind of depends on what dashes they want to have access to, right? Usually the main culprits of these big dashes, especially if you have Fovius. I mean, Lucas being one of them, he is just apparently a dash bot. Every time he uses his ability, it's gotta dash in it except for the Sacred Beast. But since they're banning it out here, I'm guessing they're thinking about stealing away Joy. Thinking about maybe picking up a Suyo on their side. Maybe even a Harith, possibly. Oh, or they just go back to the 1-1. Kind of up the trap.
I think they might go back to Jusin first pick, right? I was thinking for red side, if Coach Bam wants to consider banning the Jusin, and then you force that potential Suyo Joy trade, the chip does get open, but it's not like he's impossible to deal with, right? Like, there are a lot more ways to handle chip. It could bring back Tigreal. The Loyi is a good option. But it seems like we're going back to game 1, so Zusin first pick again.
Yeah. We can always go with the classic. Just go with the Cho, right? Just force you to take a Purify. At least then you only have one mobility option, and once that's gone, you can do stuff.
I like the Joy.
Yep.
Joy and the Padang, so decent setup, great damage. Again, Zusin, as annoying as she is, she has limitations. No burst, health pool not really the best, low mobility, and most importantly, if she doesn't manage her mana well, there's going to be a window where the Zusin is just hovering around the fight.
Yep, just existing. Just existing. I do hope that this Badang ends up going into the EXP sector, has a much better matchup into the CC so far, which again, it's pretty clear that Reza is very comfortable playing the CC, but Iris on the other hand, against these lane-dominated heroes, I mean, we saw the Arlen. He had a moment there. Had a moment, but that's as good as it gets. Harith, Hilda, locked in for ours.
Yeah. So that saves Iris in the lane, at least. Giving him a Hilda, which otherwise would have probably forced him to default back to big team fight setters. If that's the case, I wonder if you want to go for your marksman now. Moskov, I mean, Ranger is still around. I mean, they still have one. Oh wait, no, that's an AERO, right? I think
they technically can if they wanted to. I don't see anything wrong with it though. If they go with a blind pick for gold lane, I think that's totally fine.
I mean, you see the Harith, right? I think you can go for the pick.
I think it's better to match it here because technically Team Ray is missing out on their jungler.
Okay.
Their jungler and as well as technically a support, their roamer. It's safe to assume that Hilda's going EXP, so therefore Era really needs to clamp down on what is going to hurt the comp. I'm guessing like things like Hayabusa, even Suyo might come into consideration.
Yeah, Hayabusa, Suyo probably, right? Then you could force Team Ray to go back to the Fredrin, maybe Alpha. I mean, the Hanzo is still up there, but then it makes it pretty tricky because they are they're very money hungry, you know?
Yeah.
Hanzo, Harith, and you sort of lose that pressure unless you can get an early snowball going, and then you can start abusing the fact that this Hilda and Hanzo, Hanzo Zusin combo can run around the map.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point.
There are also
okay.
shadows.
Boyi ban for the side of ours. Again, both sides, they need mid laners, and it's very unlikely that AERO wants to ban out those mid laners. So really pinching down on the pool makes sense. Now, getting rid of one part of the combination of the Jawhead Suyo for fast clears is gone. Do they want to completely get rid of Suyo and force them onto something a little bit more farm hungry? Oh, they ban out the Cho.
in the world.
Okay, targeting Virgie this time. Again, he loves these kind of pick-off heroes. Both of the premier ones have been banned out. Actually, 3 of them, including the Kalia. So 4 roamer bans just from Coach Bam alone. Suppose there's still there's Tig left, Mikaja, Franco. You could go for the usual like Hylos, Gatot, right? Those 2 are still up in the pool. It's not the most optimal one.
I think it's fine. Regardless, the best you're going to get would be Hylos for Team Ray. But first, now that the second phase is done, even as well as Lo Yi going to be the bans from the side of Team Ray, AERO must decide what they want to reveal. I think revealing their mid laner is alright.
I think it would take mid to
Sicilian, super safe overall. Might struggle a little bit in the early game against Hilda when you don't have your ult, but until then, doesn't really matter. Suyo gonna get locked in for the side of Team Ray. What else are they going to pair it with?
They're looking for a roamer, someone that could match up against this potential Badang roam, but also pure for your team with the Hilda. There really isn't much option,
I think
right?
it's just Hylos here, right?
Yeah, probably Hylos.
I think it's Hylos or Gatot. Either or is okay.
Oh, wait.
Wow, very bold. Very, very bold indeed. Okay, sure. But we still don't know whether it's Hilda or... I mean, Edith as a roamer doesn't feel as good. So I think it depends on what this final pick is here.
I feel like this Edith might go over to Iris just so you can have a better XP lane, and it's also technically a blind pick into XP, right? You don't know where this Badang is going to go. you could still go CC, I think, if you are Reza. Just go CC. It really doesn't matter who you're up against. Hilda, Edith, you're gonna do fine.
You can see that Reza, he is very active in this conversation about what he's going to
Give me
get
that yo-yo, give me that yo-yo.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Let me walk the dog.
Iris is nothing.
Iron Steed, ready to engage.
Okay, so they take the high lows.
So strange, but it makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, Jushin really doesn't like it when you're right up in her face and you don't have enough stacks to lift them all up. Same goes for Harith as well. This is going to stop them from moving backwards. Even so, it just means that AERO is going to have to try and spearhead Team Ray, while Team Ray are going to be the ones who's going to take it slow. Maybe Virgie on this Edith could turn things around. But keep in mind, pull yourself together. Yes, it reduces your battle spells, but it's still a pretty long wait for Flicker.
Yes, it's been so long since we've seen an Edith roam. Back then, high damage, a lot of crowd control. But right now, compared to what we have, and the ability for Padang Roll to start staggering you in almost infinite amount of times, I want to see how Virgie makes use of this Edith that has the same pickup potential, but slightly slower compared to his usual Jawhead and Cho.
As we get into our very last game in this series, only one of these teams are going to be able to score 2 points. It's going to be very close, but we'll find out. Blue side has been looking very good as Team Ray now man the blue side. AERO on the red side. Still parallel jungling once again. Let's see where they're going to end up, EXP or gold. In game number 1, they ended up towards the EXP side of the map, and it looks like they're going to be ending up towards the gold.
Yeah, Din is just getting punished by Zkip, who just walks out with the concussive blast, and there's nothing Virgie can do. You can't get close to Kim, and every time the Badang sees you, he just pushes you away, and Trap is already sort of losing the lane a bit against Kusei, who is out poking him with the Rhapsody. With the Joy on this top side too, right? Both gold laners are going to be under a bit of threat.
And just a little bit. They haven't stolen the camp just yet, as both sides are starting to walk up here. A 3v2 scenario that Ziquib, he's got to be careful to keep those charges back up as the mid lane Kim is getting zoned out. Able to clear the wave just in time before his mana runs out. In terms of the emblems, this time around, it looks like Trap showing a bit of a difference here compared to Kusei, saying no Festival of Blood for me. Mystery shot.
Get my items as fast as possible, hit the critical mass, and hopefully I can outscale you. Which was something I noticed, that Team Ray's approach with the emblem sometimes, with the talents, is slightly greedy, right? They're always looking to get ahead.
Oh, very ahead indeed. A free flicker out of Trap. Rindo, I mean, Kusei, he tanked it perfectly. He sold it really, really hard. And Rindo definitely had an angle to jump in there even further had Trap not used his flicker.
Thank goodness he ran for Flicker and not Purify. But because he didn't have any stacks on Pull Yourself Together yet, so it's still 120-second cooldown. That's gonna be something that he needs to consider.
Virgie might be in some trouble here. Until he's level 4, he can't really frontline as hard as some of the other front lines that we have in this game. Regardless, as he's heading down to the bot side of the map, Iris, he's already hit level 4, leaving a couple of minions for Virgie to try and hit his own. In the meantime, Kim as well as Reza must handle the space if they can buy just a little bit more time. Reza gets picked up initially by Dinesh, dropping down the glorious pathway, trying to get on top of Lazir, but Rindo, he comes on in, he's a level down, and Lazir secures the turtle. The electrified beats wasn't enough as Iris gets pummeled to the wall and finds first blood on Reza. Kim takes out Iris in trade.
So in the end, it's actually Team Ray managing to get the objective due to that level lead. But still, AERO Esports not really losing out on much. Rindo will try to snag this purple buff away. Doesn't have retribution though. Okay.
Alright.
Steals the buff. And now, I think you go back to farming, right? Like, Kusei is having the time of his life.
Yep, so far he's been playing it really well against Trap at this point. It looks like they've understood their behaviors. I mean, the matchup can get a little difficult if you take a little too much damage as the Granger. Regardless, Kusei is all right. Ziquib does find the initial engagement here. Yup, even commits the ult as well. Virgie able to get into his primordial form just in time. Ziquib ends up dying, and now Rindo able to escape with the help of the temporal raid. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maximum wrath shield from the Edith literally saved his life, but still the amount of control that this Badang provides out of this world. Slightly unfortunate for AERO Esports. They will now potentially lose his orange buff. Rindo did get back in time to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind. And best case scenario, Rindo didn't go down, right? You lose your Badang, that's good. But if your Joy went down in that fight, it would have been 10 times worse.
So much worse, in a matter of fact. As the bot side continues to gas each other up, not much is happening with the two pillow forwards down in the bot lane. Top side, however, 23 more seconds. They need to clear that bot lane up fast and rotate for this fight. Looks like even Rindo taking his time with this camp. Reza being annoying.
I don't think he knew that Iris was recalling in the bush either. Just casually pops his ring of punishment, cancels the recall.
Probably was unintentional. But even so, funny to see. Funny to see. The best thing to do to your opponent is just denying their recalls over and over again. That is,
Yeah. Should be able to get this though. Glorious Pathway.
Interesting position of Glorious Pathway, but Virgie is the one who actually secures that turtle. However, Dinesh trying to hold as many back as possible to help the Lantern play. Oh, it's not enough! Kusei is able to find one. Can he get a second here? Should be able, but a double for Trap first. Kim, unfortunately, unable to land enough bad impacts as Lazier finds Zequip. That's 3 for 1 in favor of Team Ray.
Somehow, Team Ray survived through all of that. At least 3 of them were clumped up on top of bad impacts, on top of electrifying beats. When you look at the instant replay, it is actually madness that AERO Esports dealt so much output and didn't get much.
Oh, no resources, nothing, not even Flicker. Trap is able to get the kill. Those 3 kills made the difference. Now Rindo looking for an opportunity, electrifying beats, but you can see not enough damage just yet. As you're holding that blade stretch and the temporal rain is going to kick in. That's only for Poke. Reza trying to hold that top tier 1. Zequip trying to keep them away. Things are starting to look up for Team Ray.
Yeah, starting to look slightly bad for AERO Esports. That was the tipping point, or at least one of the tipping points that is going to give Team Ray a lot more space to work with, right? Again, it feels so bad that AERO Esports had literally the perfect setup. They still just could not finish the job. And Trap is now going to start making use of that pull yourself together, getting those stacks, and what, almost 2 levels ahead of Kusei.
Yeah, for now, they just want to work on some tier 1s. They want Trap to be in a much better position, and Nish is making that possible. Glorious Pathway is already out early. Iris, I mean, he was double-checking the enemy side of the jungle, so they know that they haven't cleared top side just yet. Lazier will finish off his clear, but Turtle is coming up in 10 seconds, but he knows it's an option.
And Rindo is just trying to get as much gold as he can, taking the bottom sideway for himself as the rest of AERO Esports fall into a 4-1 formation. Of course, this jungle, this turtle take would not be easy.
Iris would kick things off in the middle of this fight. Taking his time, but he's already popped that sprint. He's tanking a lot of damage, but can he run away from Kusei? No. Kim ends up finishing him off. Dinesh tries his best on top of Reza. Rindo, does not get the steal, but Trap gets Kusei. And now this fight is done for. Trap is just too strong to deal with another double kill in the bag. Rindo must outplay Lazier. Just walks away from the scenario. Zequip will get the damage down as Kusei does finish off his Sky Piercer, but regardless, AERO Esports find nothing.
Yeah, not the best timing for that Sky Piercer, considering everything that has happened. It's the best that he can ask for. Although AERO Esports have insurance policy, right? The longer the game goes, the stronger their hero becomes. Sicilian, Granger, Joy. We even saw ZK doing quite a good job holding back Lazier, if anything else, right? They're managing to get a kill onto Iris early on, even though they lost the turtle in the end and are now almost 5k behind. AERO Esports, if they can drag this out long enough, they're eventually going to even out.
Yep. I think that this has been quite the game so far, right? I mean, it still hasn't reached that breaking point that we're looking for. Kusei just got that Sky Piercer, right? So maybe they can pull this back if Team Ray makes a couple more mistakes. Now, Virgie, he gets sniffed out. Wow, that didn't connect. Okay, I would have imagined that would have.
Just sidestep.
Casual sidestep? Yeah. I don't know. The hitbox on Edith is pretty big. Oh, Glorious Pathway trying to run him down, but Iris as well as Dinesh is keeping Kim and Zequip all the way back. And unfortunately, Kusei, he needs a traditional front to back while this is happening. Top side, the junglers are just making sure that they can get there far, but Lazir is eating the entire wave as well.
Something we're mentioning right now is Virgie is making this Roam Edith work. Every single time there's a fight, he flickers Earth Shatter, goes to the back line, he soaks up the damage, puffs Primal Wrath, and just starts blasting away as the fourth carry of the team. So AERO Esports, they haven't found a way to deal with him just yet. This Edith pretty tanky and does ridiculous amount of damage, and he has really been keeping the back line of AERO busy.
Yeah, but he's also been playing a very, very tight game, right? Living with like 1 HP on multiple different occasions. I think at this point, Team Ray, they can't just count on Luck and Virgie to make everything happen. I mean, Trap has been doing very good, but at the same time, Dinesh needs to maintain that position. First, they're going to start on to Reza. They want this traditional front to back. That's fine, but they don't see where Kusei is going to be throwing out that Death Sonata just yet. Mid lane gets cleared. Zegrif trying to bait out a bigger initiation from the side of Team Ray. You can see, it's a game of footsies. Oh, hold on. Rindo getting some good damage onto Iris. Not like it's going to matter, but for now, you just have to maintain battle lines.
2 big item pickups for Team Ray. BOD for Lazir, Holy Crystal for Trap. This Lord fight is going to be super tough. Here
the flicker comes on through it as well. The onward! What a combo! Straight into the Blade Surge. Rindo runs into all 3 with the electrifying beats, but it just does not matter.
Putting that item spike to good use, and they still want more!
Flicker as well. They caught Trap underneath the turret as well. Rindo finds an insane angle as now Rindo trying to dash around. Zequif, after finding an insane angle, forced to back away. They don't have the resources and they don't have the life to fight this now.
Oh, Kusei, if only he had actual Sky Piercer stack. That might have been a kill on the Dinesh, but still good retaliation from AERO Esports, cutting down the net worth deficit from like, what, 5k plus to only 3k? Big swing, and now they get more control of the Lord Pit. Rindo feeling a lot more confident as he was able to find a way to the backline. Virgie has no flicker as well. Dinesh also no flicker. So AERO Esports now, they have a lot more opportunity to make these catches.
Yeah, and Kim is doing some really good damage as well, especially, I mean, he doesn't have the items to like just one-shot people off the first bat impact, but that second and especially that third has been getting a lot of value every once in a while, especially towards Dinesh. So again, if they can disrupt this position, maybe AERO has another opportunity to make a cool play.
Yeah.
For now, Trap, I think he's learned his lesson. I can't walk up too far. Zegrif will punish me.
They'll see Trap on the top side clearing the wave, so AERO Esports will start walking up.
Oh, here's the glorious pathway. Lazir getting zoned out of the pit for now as the rush continues.
Rush it down.
Lazir jumps in. Rindo is the one who secures it. Kusei now in some trouble as Iris is on top of him. Eats as many shots as possible, but unfortunately for Rindo, gets locked down by Virgie on the bottom side. Kusei able to take that trade against Iris. Perfectly played by AERO Esports.
Another 2,000 goal swing, this time playing the macro game. They had such a huge weight up top. The moment Trap shows himself, AERO Esports pulled the trigger, and there was nothing the Team Ray could do. Even, I think Rindo, with the help of Reza, killed off Lazir in the backline, won the Red Tree fight, and now AERO Esports have officially come online with this late game draft.
Yep, they've got the items, they've got the damage as well. Hussein as well as Kim just poking them out. That's how you want to play this style of composition. Chunk them out, make them low, and let Rindo and Reza do the rest. Now, Zequif sees Iris. They've done this dance before. However, I'm keeping my eyes on Virgie right now because you never know when he's going to make that next play. He does have Flicker available.
And Iris is rocking the sprint, so if you get trapped, they are going to burst you down. There's no way out of this.
Here we go. Lord already crashing down in towards the inhibitor. But that's going to be it, right? Just a little bit of damage. They just want to focus on the T2s. They've got bot T2 as well, and now they're going to collapse the final outer turret, only leaving the inhibitors. AERO Esports, very disciplined.
What a turnaround. Who would have thought that this all started with a couple of pickups and the punish onto Trap, right? He was 7-0 before he went down.
A near perfect game. A near perfect game. Already 4 items complete, but honestly, Husei, he's catching up very, very fast. Only 1,000 behind him. And once he gets that BOD, that's when he's going to do some serious damage.
Virgie getting his immortality already. He was going for the budget build. But now he's starting to realize that he himself isn't enough. All these crowd control would matter in like the first what, 8 minutes of the game. But right now, he cannot do it alone. He needs his teammates to help him, and they are not able to provide the support. Divine Glaive, BOD, bot. So AERO Esports, if anything, I think the damage has overall outscaled Team Ray's.
Yep. Team Ray do claim a T2 down bot side for themselves. A little strange because I would have imagined that AERO Esports would have been able to control more space. However, Team Ray, with a bit of an awkward spread, are able to guarantee it. So that's extra econ, but it's still dead even. If we're looking at the stacks, 492 and 14 minutes of the game.
20 stacks of Skypiercer, 200 plus stacks for the bad impact for Kim. They've all hit that critical mass. Now the net worth doesn't really matter too much. If you're AERO Esports, you don't really care as much if Team Ray is 1,000 or 2,000 ahead of you. But if you're on the opposite side, you have to be very worried. Because the value is actually inflated if you're Team Ray.
Iris.
Second Divine Glaive for Kim now.
Oh.
Ooh, one on Rindo, one on Kim.
Yeah, this is where it gets really difficult. Now, Iris, he's going to open up the map first. It looks like the rest of Team Ray are going to follow his lead on this. They're not going to cut through the river. They want to play for Tri-Brush. Now, they can do this for a while, right? But if we're looking at the lane states, I would say that bot side is starting to build up a slow push.
Yep.
Top side is still even, and that's where Team Ray wants to kind of change those odds to turn it into a slow push. And yes, they do. They set it up as a slow push as well.
Yeah, they can. I mean, AERO can dance this forever. Can still play.
Virgie sees it. He's going to get locked down. Earthshatter comes out. Oh, the Primal Wrath did not matter, but now Trap comes in with the Harith. Oh, with the Harith as well. Dash it on through Kim. Able to find one. Kusei cuts down that front line like it's butter.
Holy cow.
Where did he go?
Man, Constellation, they almost killed Kim in the process. And all of them were standing on top of a Synchro Fissure. But thank God that Team Ray lost both their front lines in an instant.
Oh my goodness.
That could have been so much worse.
That could have been way worse. Way, way worse. And now bot side, the big push is coming in. And AERO, they don't mind this. They're just going to hold. Once again, the glorious pathway coming up for Reza just to clear and slow down any approaching targets, but there's none in sight. Rindo securing another Lord.
It's fair to say that Virgie has lost whatever effectiveness he has had in the early stages of the game. I mean, he still has playmaking potentials, you know, Flicker Earth Shatter, Flicker Armor. It's always great to catch a target off guard and have your team blow them up. But it's so much harder to do it when it's always Reza or ZK standing in front of you.
Yeah.
Whoever you catch is going to counter-engage and just take you out. We saw, like, ZK, he just put an engage onto Virgie and Virgie disappeared.
Exactly.
Really didn't matter what he had.
And even if it was Reza, we switch it out with Reza, I think that right now Badang is getting just so much value off of just pushing people back. Just the raw peel alone is making it really difficult for Team Ray, and even for Lazir, right? If you hold any of your abilities, you get touched once by that skill one, instant cancel.
Yeah, he staggers you. Same as Trap. Trying to siege mid side.
Oh, here we go. Glorious Pathway's already out. Two inhibitors will fall as Rindo is right on top of Iris.
What?
The damage is good. Don't get me wrong. Iris getting chunked out pretty hard here. A Dom Ice purchased by Virgie, but that's going to be one Lord Wave already completed. They're looking for the second one. And Kusei starts to poke Rindo on top of Iris all over again. And this time he tries to go for the kill. Electrify beats Aiden up, and Reza tries his best, ends up dying through the Revitalize. And Dinesh held his ground, but the back line is now safe, and it's all good. We're back with two missing inhibitors. AERO Esports, really, really good setup.
Yeah, small price to pay if you're AERO Esports, but what is Rindo on? He's almost full stack. I think that last item could be
depends on the player. Yeah, it's
concentrated.
He just got a Wishing Lantern. He just purchased the Wishing Lantern.
Just got updated.
I was wondering whether he was thinking of like concentrated energy.
Oh, he was chewing through Iris.
He is. And that was before the Wishing Lantern as well.
It was like starting side proc. Across the passive stacking up the damage too.
Brutal, brutal. I don't know if he wants to... I don't know. I feel like the concentrated energy might just be slightly better, but Wishing Lantern so good against people like Virgie, people like Iris, any frontliners will get melted with the help of the Wishing Lantern. So it's his style of play because that's what they want to do, right? Melt that front line, jump into that back line. They've got plenty of poke with Hussein as well as Kim. All Queef and Reza have to do is just maintain that front. Oh no. Lazier might be in some trouble here. Ooh, the Earth Shadow to deter. Conceal on top of it, and Zigwe flickers forward to make it happen. Cracks him against the wall. Iris goes down, and now Trap, the only one to try and make this happen. Fishers are good, but he walks away. AERO Esports do not want to fight in the Zaman Force.
And Zkeep ate so much of that with the help of Reza's Revitalize, but even prior to that, he was soaking up a good chunk of all those enhanced basic attacks from Trap. Now Lord spawning bot side. That is the only silver lining for Team... I want to say silver lining, but it just made things worse, right? Your long lane is top side, and this one is a jacked up Lord.
It's strong. There's a lot of damage reduction walking along with it. Virgie already chunked down, loses his immortality, instantly dies before he can even ult. Harith now with the Zaman Force already out. Rindo gets chunked! He's cut down! They have an opportunity to turn this around. What? AERO, they maintain the space. No retribution, no problem. Oh my god.
Wow, still slay the Lord. Again, slightly small price to pay. Rindo probably didn't have to go down, but hey, at the end of the day, AERO Esports, they're going to have full control of this game. This next Lord, if it doesn't end the game, it's definitely going to guarantee that last inhibitor in the bot lane go down. And Team Ray will have to, from that point onwards, constantly deal with empowered minion waves. It's AERO's game to lose right now.
It really is. It really is. Right now, Kusei is melting through that front line. And Virgie, I don't know what his build is. I forgot to double check it just now. But it just does not stand up to it, right? Too many damage profiles. You focus on one, the other is just going to melt you away. Here comes the Glorious Pathway once again. Trap in the middle of the fight, however. Okay, Sanguine Claw as well. They're trying to pull the wave as close to the bottom side as possible, and now they have to commit everything. Sanguine Claw hits nothing here. Kusei still taking his time. Trap already with Zaman Force. They pull back that front line and tries to flicker forward. Zigwip finds two. Trap gets out of there, but Danish is out of position. Kim takes him out with a bad impact. A second one comes out. Lazier able to escape. Trap back to full. Does he have the Zaman Force ready to go? It's close, but Virgie tries. Primordial Form is already popped with no Wrath down. AERO walk back, but Lazier needs to clear this. Doesn't find anybody, and the pause is called.
Could not have happened at a more heart-gripping moment. But even then, all three of the targets that Lazier has his eyes on had immortality. He was only at max going to take away that first life. Don't think it would matter too much for AERO Esports. They still got what they came for. They lost Zkeep, well, they lost Reza in the process. But at the end of the day, they still have control of the game, and we saw that damage profile. And the fight started before the jungler was, before the Joy was even in the fight, right? So Rindo wasn't even a part of that conversation until later on. And still, they almost, what, 2-3 shot at the course of Ray?
It's pretty nuts. It's a type 1 issue, so it's pretty short. Don't worry, guys. We'll get back into the action straight away as soon as we have that fixed. But dude, Kim, he's got to stop throwing out abilities for the sake of throwing it out. He's got to hold on to that Sanguine Claw for like literally half a second more.
Yeah, like if you get a catch, it's done. It's done. It's guaranteed, right? And mana cost for your bad impact. I would say when you reach like what 200 plus stacks above, you can afford a lot more. And he got his Clock of Destiny.
Yeah,
at the end.
he's got it all right now. I think that Kusei, his positioning has been great so far. Zkeep has some insane blocking. Like, what are some of these flicker angles sometimes?
He is making life for Trap and Danish hard, especially Danish. If he full commits without flicker and he gets caught by the wall,
dead.
He's dead. He is so dead.
Oh my goodness.
Like the fights don't last enough for Danish and Iris to really, you know, utilize what their heroes are good for. You can say the same for Virgie. So now it really comes down to Trap and Lazier. Can they outplay the entirety of AERO?
Holy cow, holy cow. All right, we're going to be getting into the game real soon. Let's see, hands on phones. No hands on phones just yet. I'm guessing this is type 1. They're looking for the confirmation before we get back into it.
I was trying to figure out if he died in-game. That's why his hands were off the phone.
Yeah.
That wasn't it. It was Reza. Reza's hands are on the phone. Okay, here we are. We're going to go back into the game.
All right.
I don't know what Ray has to do, but it's going to be... It requires hell of a play, you know, like that. They didn't get the bottom in him, actually. So, better than I expected. They still make sure that there's one lane that they can control.
Doesn't really matter though. It really boils down to who can win this next fight. We're 20 minutes in. Only one of these teams can get this Lord. Whoever gets this Lord should be able to close out this game, no problem. And then, looking at the items, what does he have? Dom Ice, Athena's Shield. Doesn't really have some like natural tank items, traditional physical tank items as well. Hasn't completed it. No antique. Wonder he's melting so fast to Kusei.
He went for the budget build into an immortality, right? So now he's trying to complete the rest of the build. Well, Kusei went super defensive. Rose Gold, immortality, can't blame him. But if I remember correctly, he has 40 stacks of Sky Piercer.
Yep.
Halfway to max. Sea Halberd, so he did swap out an item for the Sea Halberd. What was it?
Interesting. I'm guessing that it's probably either the, most likely the Rose Gold in these types of situations, especially after the passive is already popped, right? Or he just ditched the boots. I'm guessing he ditched the boots.
He already ditched the boots before Sea Halberd.
That's
true. He's quite far away, quite far from the stage. My vision isn't good enough. It's okay. But it does work wonders against Trap, who has the Oracle.
Gonna be consistent damage as well. It's long. Remember about the unique passive that Sea Halberd actually has. If they have more HP than you, you will hurt them a lot more. Quick seal coming up, but Zegriff, yep, able to break it. Sees Lazier unable to cancel the Blade Surge though. But they've already gotten the glorious pathway out from Reza. Rindo hiding in Tri-Brush. Team Ray, they have to just take their time with this, right? And AERO Esports, even more time because that top wave will eventually push in. Oh, Sanguine Claw is going to connect. Earth Shatter in the wrong direction, but only losing 60% of your HP is not as bad as dying.
Yeah. As much as the Death Sonata range has been reduced and you don't get vision, you still can confirm if anyone is in the bush, right? We saw Sanguine Claw into bad impact, into Death Sonata. It's still a lot of your HP, and now they will see the Suyo on the top side. It's Lord time.
Yep. They're going to begin. Earth Shatter, Zegriff is playing it well. Healing away too. Iris is going to get into the mix as the glorious pathway comes in. Dinesh on top of Zegriff for now. However, it's a dangerous game. Reza's getting a little low. Kim needs to land these bad impacts, and they just reset. Their front lines are a little too limited now. Jose gets it with a Death Sonata with the help of Kim, caught with a Sanguine Claw. Holy!
Carelessness from Team Ray, never recall in a push like that. You know that they had a Sicilian. Team Ray feeling a bit desperate, seeing that wave on the top side, and they paid a huge price, losing both Lazier and Iris. And the Lord insta-spawn too.
They did. It insta-spawn. I just realized that the font of the Lord Slate is also in the Naruto font as well. Oh, that's a little fun Easter egg there. I didn't notice it until just
where's
now.
Madara?
Hey, whoa. All right, hold on. The game might just end here. The glorious pathway to slow down Trap. Trap is going to have to do everything to make this happen as Virgie is already down. Reza stuns him for a second. Trap tries to peel backwards, but it's just too much for him to handle. Rindo down. Kusei ends up dying, but that crystal is broken, and AERO Esports take their first win of the season, 2-1 against Team Ray.
I can't believe it, that AERO managed to pull it out of the bag. The first two games were decided from the draft alone. Game 3 was the first proper one we had in the series, but AERO really pulled it off in the very end, waiting until they hit the power spike. Of course, Kim winning his very first one in the season alongside the rest of AERO, who have shown some adjustments. But if you're Team Ray, I think it's time to go back to the drawing board, because this game 3 shouldn't have went down like this.
Oh my goodness. Let's give it to our MVP of the match, Rindo, playing a strong game. Game 1, he got rolled. He knew he got rolled. So redemption arc from game 2 onwards, and he made it happen. A Lord steal to secure a comeback in this game and to hold strong against the backline of their opponents.
The joyous, incredible play.
So tough to deal with. So tough to deal with. Oh, goodness. Man, with that being said, let's throw it over to Poji up on stage.
2 berbalas 1. 1 kemenangan manis untuk pasukan AERO Esports. Dia dah jeling-jeling dah. Dan sekarang kita bersama Kusei dan juga Kim. So, Kusei, congrats on your first win in MPL Malaysia debut. So, this is your first step with the new team. So, what does this win means to you personally?
This win for me is very important since we're slowly building our rhythm to perform at the stage and that this tournament since as you can see we have 2 rookies and and we're building more chemistry and to show what our performance really are slowly on the stage.
Alright, nice. Maksudnya dia tengah lagi nak bina chemistry dekat dalam team dia dan diharapkan benda yang lebih baik akan datang untuk masa depannya. And then the second question, Kose. So today's win is a great start, but for your own personal aim, what is your next target for this tournament?
For this whole tournament?
Yeah.
For this whole tournament, I always aim high. I want to go EWC. Yeah. And I want to compete against everyone in international.
Nice. Sebab saya tanya dia untuk dia punya personal goal dia, apa dia nak buat. Dia cakap dia nak pergi EWC dan harapnya apa yang dia harapkan tu makbul. Dan sekarang soalan kepada Kim. Apa khabar Kim?
Hello.
Mak datang tadi, happy tak?
Happy sikit lah.
Sebab ada buff kan?
Ada buff.
Alright Kim, pernah kita tengok Kim ni main sama-sama dengan Iris kan? So sekarang ni bila dah main sama-sama dekat lama dekat Riyadh Esports tu dan sekarang Iris dekat sana, Kim dekat sini kan? Apa perasaan bila bertemu semula sebagai pasukan lawan?
Actually ada 2. Dennis dengan Iris. Daripada Red. So saya happy lah untuk diorang dapat turun lawan kita orang. Tapi okey, diorang dah guna diorang punya skill orang yang dengan baik. So saya happy lah walaupun kita orang yang menang.
Baik. Sebenarnya Kim, saya nak tanya sebab tadi kita nampak Kim ada salam dengan mak macam minta restu, minta berkat kan. Jadi pada pendapatlah peribadi sebagai seorang anak kan, perasaannya bagaimana bila dah ada mak yang menyokong, anak yang direstui dan sekarang Kim menang hari ini. Macam mana?
Rasa happy gila lah sebab season lepas pun mak saya tak ada miss satu game pun datang game saya. Season ni pun mak saya konsisten datang. So saya memang happy gila lah.
Baik. Pada pendapat Kim lah peribadinya kan, dengan pengorbanan mak tu daripada season-season sebelum ni sampailah ke hari ni kan, apa yang membentuk Kim sampai boleh jadi macam ni?
First kali jadi manusia lah. Mak saya ajar setiap kali sebelum game mak saya suruh solat dulu. Alhamdulillah.
Baik. Lagi. Kongsi dengan masyarakat ramai nak dengar.
Untuk ibu yang datang hari ni, terima kasih. Dengan dia bawa kawan dia datang, terima kasih support. Kita orang akan cuba sebaik-baik untuk next game.
Baik. Ada tak kata-kata kepada semua penyokong-penyokong AERO Esports yang berada dekat venue kita dan juga yang berada dekat rumah mendoakan?
Yang datang sini, Alhamdulillah, thank you sebab support kita orang. Walaupun last week kita orang kena bantai macam ayam, season ni kita orang try lah. Tapi sebenarnya kita orang expect 2-0 hari ni. Clean game. Sebab kita orang dah start improve daripada week lepas. Tapi itu lah, okey lah. 2-1 pun okey.
Alhamdulillah. Apa-apa pun usaha tu mesti akan ada dengan kejayaan. Terima kasih kepada Kim dan juga Kuse. Dan itu sahaja daripada kami. Let's go, kita dengar apa kata caster.
Thanks so much, Poji. That's our MVP. Give it up for Rindo. 8-0-6 coming off of 2 hot games, both on Joy.
Yeah, now he is listed as one of the candidates for the next Hokage for sure. Just clean Joy games. He's earned the scroll of promotion. Game 2, I feel like Game 2 was given to him for sure, but Game 3 he had to work for it. 4 devs, some of them in pretty tight situations, but as they got the ball rolling, Rindo really started to know which buttons to push.
Oh yeah, he did indeed. I think the best part about it is that we got to see him play from ahead and as well as behind, and I think it's a pretty good breadth and width of a player when you've seen both sides.
Yeah, look at the GPM. The GPM tells you a lot, right? Man's hitting the jackpot today.
He is hitting the jackpots, man. I mean, he's 1% off from getting the perfect score, but even so, I think there's much to keep an eye out for Rindo. I want to see the rest of his hero pool. Yes, he does well on Joy. Now it's about hero pool because he clearly has the mechanics.
Yeah, we've seen he definitely has displayed some very good understanding, I think, in managing some of these situations, right? And finding the right targets to go in. I always have huge respect for assassin players, right? To find these opportunities, it's not easy. When you look at the post-game stats, it doesn't tell you the full story. Like 15-15, sure, but a majority of these kills from AERO Esports came in that mid to late game, right? When Team Ray starts running out of gas, when they start realizing that they don't have the damage that they had in the first few minutes to blow through AERO Esports, and AERO started scaling, Team Ray started to struggle.
They struggled a lot. And I think, honestly, looking at the item build so far, unfortunately for Virgie, this is where the game gets really, really tough as an Edith, when you need the golden items to keep up being tanky, in comparison to Zequif, who, again, out-itemed him at the very end because of how many times he was able to just block these three-pointers coming out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Catching 2 people at a time. Oh man, he really saved this game.
And you cannot walk up to him, right? If he catches you, the best you could ask for is he misses his dash, and then you try and kill him. But he doesn't. He always makes sure that he hits his spells, and Virgie has no opportunity to walk up. And if he wants to do that, he has to commit a flicker, which also brings us to that moment where he just walks up to the Lord Pit and die, which is pretty weird. I'm not sure what the intention was, but you get the idea, right? To walk past the Badang, you have to flicker.
Exactly. It's just too difficult to walk through sometimes, but I mean, he had to make something happen, right? The only times when we saw that Team Ray was actually in a winning scenario was when they got on top of Kusei as well as Kim, and that a lot of it just due to Virgie and Iris not only blocking the shots to make sure that backline is going to be, healthy enough to fight, but at least Virgie setting it up. 15-15, a pretty even score all the way through. Looking at the damage numbers as well, I mean, Trap tried, and I don't know whether the nerfs hurt him too bad this time around, but he definitely struggled a little more dealing with both Reza and as well as Zequif.
Yeah, because the damage are just eaten up by the front lines, right? Like there's Revitalized, there's thick shoes from Zequif, pretty hard for Trap to walk up, and every time he chrono dashes to do more damage, he's putting himself at risk of getting hit by the bad impact or a stray bullet from this Granger. End of the day, as tough as this game is, I think Trap, his hands were tied.
Oh yeah, his hands definitely were tied. He didn't even qualify the bridge guy, but he is the carry though. 847 coming in from Lazir, even though that he struggled to participate in the majority of these fights because of Zequif. Coming into those fights onto Suyo is not easy, getting canceled out that many times, on top of having Reza just constantly in your face. If you walk too far, instantly stunned.
Yeah, with the limited amount of openings that Lazir had in a lot of these late game fights, it's considered pretty impressive that he's able to find these moments, right? Like, it's separated by maybe an immortality check from the side of AERO, or maybe, one extra tick of damage, but all things considered, Lazir and Trap, we say that they are the insurance policy. They need to play the game of their lives, and AERO Esports just didn't give them the chance.
Yeah, so many opportunities here. However, I do want to talk about Reza's interesting use of the Glorious Pathway, right? He's not looking for that perfect optimal of like, my team gets to run, your team is slow. His is just, I slow you, we run them down.
Yeah, it's like, this is where I draw the line. You try to walk past, it triggers our offense mechanism, right?
Yeah.
You step on that line, we are running at you.
Exactly, which is, again, pretty interesting considering how we've seen a majority of players would prefer the traditional front to front, but allowing himself to come in from these angles, sometimes it doesn't work, of course. They were able to kite around it, but other times they put in a lot of damage. Like, even for this one, it's so difficult for Trap to disengage these fights.
And when your healer walks up and gets like almost 5-shotted by a Joy, at this game has just gotten 10 times harder. It's pretty hard to stop when they are constantly losing out on the macro, they're not able to secure the Lord. It was, again, a game for AERO to lose, and now this is their first win. But for Team Ray, just got a bit more complicated, right? They played 3 series, all of them went 3 games. They're the only team that played the max amount of games in the league so far, and they only won 1 of the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty more games to go. I mean,
6 more for them.
6 more in total. It's all right. It's still salvageable from this point onwards, right? But at least for AERO, this now brings their current record to 1-1, which again, it's looking pretty good so far for AERO if they keep up this type of pace.
Yeah, power ranking is going to change a little bit for Team Ray after this series. Of course, long road ahead for both teams. I do hope Team Ray kind of keeps the identity, right? I think they questioned themselves a little bit halfway through the series, which kind of led to this 3-game slugfest we had. I do want them to look back at that game 1 and last week's series, and hopefully they polish on that a bit more.
Yeah, I do think that the polish is going to be necessary. And I think earlier is much better compared to later, unfortunately, because EWC is just around the corner, and there's not going to be a lot of time to actually prepare in case another patch ends up dropping before then.
Yeah, which usually has been the case.
It has been.
Other regions are really powering up, right? The ID, PH, they are all going to send monsters to the EWC stage. If we have 2 slots, we got to make sure that both slots are occupied by the best.
Yeah, we're going to have to try. I mean, usually, most of the time, we've only got 1 going in based off of last year.
We're not used to having options.
Yeah, we're not used to having options. Most of the time, sometimes we don't even make it out of wildcards, all right? That's how bad it gets. But even so, we still have 1 more match happening later. In the meantime, listen to the mic check here at the MPL MY. We're going to close it out here for our first best of 3. Second one after the break. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Sini, Le. Let's go, Le. Dapat. Gua hati, Alfa. Aku belakang. Double kill. Bisa mid, guys. Nice!
Bawa ya. Aman. Dia ada yang clear base nih.
Ready. Let's go. Gua tutup belakang. Pukul lah. Alfa.
Ayo guys, look guys.
Bagi velo.
Atas lu udah Alfa target. Vengeance. Aman sih, Vengeance. Alfa. Vengeance enggak ada Vengeance. Sabar. Santai guys.
Mana aja, Bro?
Apa kita lo aja ya? Weh,
Padang lu. Goreng. Nice one. Woi, guys. Let's go. Nih, cecil. Woi, go to the ranger. Joy dari sekarang.
Mana. Bisa mid gak tuh? Golot. Aku push them. I will push to you, guys.
Go.
Adik coming ah.
Look.
Just Lord.
Target.
Boleh.
Hidah.
Go hila.
Out. Nice one, guys. Out. Nice one, guys.
Nice one. Aman.
Ken.
Nice. Hilda. Come here.
Front line.
I'm doning Hari, guys.
Chill. Minus 1 already. Chill. Regen first.
I aman. Watch me.
I'm looking.
Watch me. Hilda.
Nice.
Mati.
Chill. Chill.
Wait. Atas lagi itu.
Jangan lu balik dulu.
Aku tengok.
Gua pulang lu guys. Lu banget gua.
Kanan dia. Ya. Balik sih.
Nice.
Nice one.
First win, pre. We got the momentum now, guys.
Badang cow.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
とは俺に任せもらった四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi
Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Tak rasa api tak
Ready? Can you feel me now? Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Gerakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
What's up, everybody? Season 15 continues here at the MPL MY. We've got another big game ahead of us. My name is ENG. This is Husky. We're going to be taking care of you guys for this last best of 3 to round out week number 2's very first day.
It's going to be an exciting best of 3. We've gone through one full stretch earlier on. Team Ray against AERO Esports. AERO getting the first win, but coming up, it's time to welcome back the Kings once more, taking on new contenders, right? SRG, OG, Esports up against DxO.
Yep. Now, DxO, interestingly enough, after their bout with OB, Ocean Black, for those of you who don't know, it was very team fight based. A lot of the MAL came out of them very obviously in those matches, right? So it's about growing, especially once you reach the upper echelons, especially here at Tier 1. But who's taking the second win? I don't know. The king of the rookies, I feel like the Kings got a huge gap between them.
Yeah, just basing it off of week 1 performance, I think everyone can agree that SRG is going to take this. We've seen some good ideas or some good concepts from DxO. Like Coach Teo has a very good direction of how he wants his team to play. Team fight oriented, very composed, very orchestrated. But up against SRG, you gotta have a lot more tricks in your books.
Yeah, a lot more. Especially since I think that if I would like to see this happen, right? Because again, if the Kings are going to show these rookies how it's going to be done, they can play an extremely slow game. They can play a very macro-based game, minimize the amount of interactions they have with this rookie squad of DxO, and show them how it's done to play the macro game, right? To punish them for every movement they make on the map.
Yeah, and even if this match is, you know, on paper one-sided, I think there's still certain elements that SRG can work on. That early game management, right? Hasn't been their strong suit up against teams who are almost at the same power level. You can see them struggle.
Yep.
Vamos was a good litmus test, and yeah, people can say, okay, they're gonna roll over DxO, whatever. I still want to see them clean it up.
Yeah, because I mean, if they're going to be going with their strongest suit, which again is their team fighting, and I think that DxO, they've got some really good ideas when it comes down to the team fights, but the macro to set it up, not necessarily there in comparison to SRG, who again are good at macro and are very creative during team fights.
Very creative and very decisive, right? They can make off-tempo plays. I think with Cram now as the captain, he's been able to rally the team together, right? That's sort of how they came back against Vamos last week.
Yeah. With that being said, big shout outs to some of our sponsors here. One of them being the Fairy Watch. If you guys haven't known about this product, during M6, where a bunch of us did have, unfortunately, I didn't bring one today. Didn't realize that they were going to do the shout outs today of all days. But hey, don't worry. Black Ranger will be coming back real soon. You can watch MLBB and have sick jewelry to represent it. Go follow for the Mia and Jushin jewelry, which has come out pretty recently.
Yeah, a lot of us, you know, chase for the high of getting an exclusive skin, but how about jewelry? Something you could wear, something you could make people cry out, jealousy, you know.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's cheaper than babies. That's what I can say.
Yeah.
Cheaper than having children. Oh goodness, oh goodness. Look, I'm not gonna lie. The Swiss, their watches are nice as dragon leather as its hide.
Dragon leather.
Yeah, don't ask me what kind of leather it is, because oh boy, do I have the facts for you. Where do they get it? Don't know.
Probably slaying some dragons. We don't question it.
We don't question it. Thank you, Fairy, once again for sponsoring us. Now, who's taking that second W? I think that I want to see, what do you want to see from DX? Because for me, for DXS, I think what I really want to see from them is punishment. And if they're going to punish SRG, how are they going to do it? Towards innocent side of the lane. Really push him to the limit here. If he can 1v5 it, sure. I mean, we've seen him do it many times before. People have attacked the components around it, but not the initial problem itself.
Yeah, I think that was, I agree, it was something that we have brought up a few times, even last seasons, right? How do you attack SRG? People say, okay, mid-trio roam, which is the default answer. But look at Innocent. I think Vamos has tried to do that as well by attacking the draft, right?
Yes.
They ban out Innocent's hero, they force him into heroes that we don't see often, like the Beatrix, for example. And, yeah, well, he gets a Savage in the end, but it's like, oh well, it's Innocent. But hey, they did put enough pressure, and I want to see DxO do that. Not only attack Innocent as a player, but also at the same time look for opportunities to pounce, right? It was something that they haven't really had to show much against Ocean Black, because Ocean Black was also pretty passive.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're hoping for a more of a push and pull this time around, trading of objectives, or at the very least, a trading of, you know, turrets, kills, more importantly, even vertically jungling, which we don't see very often, especially from the teams below the 5th place standing onwards. Doesn't usually happen, but sometimes, especially in pro play, and especially with the meta that we have right now, there are situations where it is necessary.
Yeah, I think it also is a lot more, this meta is a lot more demanding of the junglers and how you, how creative, how adaptive you are to certain situations, which is why all these assassin players, right, they take side lane waves, they go to enemy jungles to get farm when things on their side isn't going well. And it also kind of puts into a perspective how a lot of people have been questioning Serkai's performance since season 14. I think this would also be a true test of where he stands, and if, you know, if DxO can use that as a leverage to punish SRG.
For all we know, SRG might have a completely different plan, right? They might just go, hey, let's try out some of these new meta heroes that we have in the business, Hanzo being one of them. Yishin Shin, apparently, I mean, we've got shoutouts for like, oh yeah, from Coach Bam, like, guys, dude, his Yishin Shin's kind of sick.
Interesting enough, not Yishin Shin, Hanzo was also picked once in season 13 to knock out, or is it 12 to knock out Todak from playoffs?
Yes, that
the only one time. That was before the revamp, right? So if anything, I think Serkai is a pretty good candidate to play Hanzo.
Hopefully it's going to be enough. I don't know, because again, these experiments usually, especially here in MPL MY, go one way or another. It's either you're an overwhelming victory or an overwhelming loss. There's never a, that was a pretty close game.
Yeah, there was never in between, right? Like Team Ray, we had a working formula and then one that completely went downhill.
Look, Selena might just be cursed today. Maybe that's it, right?
That's it. Maybe we had some Selena wins. I think Stormy won.
Yes, he did.
Was it only Stormy?
I have to recall that.
Storm didn't win his.
Yes, Storm didn't win his game. There were a bunch of Selena games that happened last week. I'm going to have to double check that in just a little bit. Oh boy. That being said, let's have a quick look at our reigning champions. I mean, they have held the championship at MPL MY for a while now, a full year. Not many teams have done that before other than Todak. So give it up. They've won MSC one time before and are looking to revisit the tournament that they put Malaysia back on the map in the internationals. It's Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Zakais, and Cram for the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Nothing much has changed except, you know, for OG Esports coming in and SRG looking a lot more hungry than they ever have been. I think season 14, the latter half of the second year after MSC, was definitely more of a downhill journey, right? We've seen some struggles from SRG. They made it to M6 third place, but it didn't come without its prize, right? We almost got grouped, and then SPS was like a big wake-up call of how far the gap is between us and other regions. And right now, I think it's a rebuilding phase for SRG to get the best run they possibly can leading up to MSC.
Which makes you wonder, right? Whether or not this is a team that is very meta-based, right? And that's how we see with sometimes even rookies. When the meta is in their favor, you might even see DxO with Skyze, Rasi, Stoem came in, as well as Ziska start to pop off at different times.
Yep, there have been moments towards the end of last year where the meta completely shifted away to from what Ziska is used to, and we saw that struggle, but it's good to see that he has acclimated automated. Right now, you give him the Gatot, you give him the Hilda, he does exactly what is needed of him, which is pretty impressive because we have some players that have been playing way longer than he has in MPL who are still struggling to adapt. So I think that's very commendable of a young player like Siska.
Hey, if you're talking about adaptability, Stoem is that guy. One of the biggest hero pools we've seen in swapping the roles. With that being said, though, it is time to introduce our teams as they're making it to the way to up the stage.
Kicking off the season with a statement win over Vamos. Now, they return to remind the new generations what true champions look like. Make some noise for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
Starting the season strong with a solid win. Now they're here to challenge the mighty Red Giants. Please welcome DX Soul! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. The armbands will be worn by both team captains who will always lead the team's movements and strategies in game. Let's keep it rolling with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Can the rookies take down the Giants?
All right, time to take the gloves off if you are DxSoul. Coach Theo and Backdoor have a lot of work to do, tap into the minds and the pool of SRG, which so far have been one of the widest, if not the widest, we've seen in MPL MY. Just that they never really were put in a position where they have to dig that deep. Now with that first pick selection advantage, I'm curious to see what kind of trades Coach Theo is going to initiate.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested too, right? Coach Theo and as well as Backdoor have been working together to cook something up, and hopefully it's going to be a good one here, because DxSoul will need every advantage they have in this game. Now, a couple of matchups that I do want to highlight. It's going to be Stoem. Once again, he's faced off against pretty much a majority of our MLBB professionals here in Tier 1 already, but as a roamer. Now, it's a different one. It's Stormy instead of Yums that he has to face up against.
Yep, and then you have Innocent, who his opponent on the other side is SkyZ, right? Very different accolades. Of course, Innocent himself is the king of killstreak, Maniacs and Savage all across the seasons. He's been with MPL MY, 2 Maniacs in Season 13, 2 Maniacs and a Savage in Season 14, and a Savage in Season 15, which also broke the record for the only Savage we have locally in the opening game of the season.
Yeah, it's crazy because even in international tournaments, he has achieved some really high kill scores as well. 2 Maniacs? 2 of them during M6? Oh my goodness. This is a player that you wonder sometimes, man, some people just miss diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, made 1 in MSC, you know, Falcons PH felt that. RQ felt it in M6. So he has been to the top. Of course, it didn't come with not that it came without struggles, right? It also had a pretty rough patch link up to this point. But clearly on paper, everyone on DxSoul is outmatched. My personal focus, I want to see that XP lane. Right?
Really?
This is the test, I think, for Siska. Like, truly the test. I've praised him a lot, you know, from Tier 2 until now, and I've seen that he has adapted to the meta. But against Cram, this is where you kind of look at the bar and see where he stands.
Yeah, Cram is such a solid player from behind or ahead. If his EXP lane is ahead, he makes it known to the rest of the world. When he's behind, it feels like he's not losing by that much at all.
Yeah, when he gets to play the game, he plays the game.
He really does.
You try to shut him down, it's fine. The rest of his team is going to help him catch back up anyways, right? And it's one of the rare few qualities of an XP laner.
Exactly. Now, the mid duo here between SRG OG Esports, it's going to be Yums and as well as Stormy facing off against Rasi and as well as Stone, which if we had to compare the veteran they're veterans in their own right, local players against import players on the opposite side with a lot of competitive experience underneath them. That will be interesting to see how they're going to dance around the mid trio this time.
Yeah, it's like the imports, right? Like the dual imports against the dual local mid duo. I think the formula that a lot of people looked at for SRG is that you get stable side laners as your how we see the import shaping up the team.
I hope so. But at the end of the day, Malaysia as a cultural hotspot, if not a hot pot, it's just we got everything going for us, right? Indonesians work best with our local players, but we can even put Filipino players and make them work, right?
So you can put like Chinese player in here and we will somehow do fine.
Maybe. Who knows? I mean, we've already had a couple.
we do, yeah.
We have a couple. They're still Malaysian though.
They speak Bahasa Indo.
That's speak Bahasa. That is also facts. All right, let's get into the drafting phase. Keep in mind, it's SRG up on the blue side first pick, up against DXS on the red side second pick.
I'm excited for the trade. So the ban is still almost the same, right? Two Sins gets banned out. I think the jungle is going to get opened up. And the coach arc have in mind this third ban. Like, who do you target a flex? We've seen the chip getting banned out on red side. If that is the case, I think now red side is in a bit of a pinch, right? You have to look at Fanny and Chip as a must. But I hope it's... Okay, never mind. Coach Arc himself bans up the chip.
Yeah, I think they want to just make sure that they have the opportunity that they can get their hands on maybe even a Lo Yi for Stormy. That's one of the few picks that actually does pretty well into the chip, just in general, because you can kind of match the rotational speed, you can make off-tempo plays, and you do really well if they try and TP in your face.
And we've seen Stormy's Lo Yi, right? He's made a name for himself plenty of times. Quite surprised we haven't seen it so far. Maybe this is one of those games. Kalea banned out. So now the pool is open. I think if you're SRG OG, if you're not really too adamant on a jungle first pick, you could go for that Lo Yi opening.
Lo Yi opening would be would be pretty interesting. You see Yums just messing with innocent brothers from another mother.
Yeah, they look more and more identical with each passing day. I'm not gonna lie.
It's the hair. It's got to be the hair, dude. Harith gets locked in for the side of SRG. Let's see how DXS is going to respond.
Harith is still so good.
He's still pretty nasty though.
Like you probably... Most teams would think about a Suyo here so that you force that joy. It's like, okay, you got Harith. Do you still want the joy on your side, right?
I think maybe that could be the adaptation to what the competitive meta might just look, right? I am curious what the other regions are doing as of right now with the current patch in play, but Hayabusa!
Whoa.
Hey, we're gonna see them all. Hey, Stormy, pick Veil.
Pick Veil and pick Lucas.
Hey!
We get the whole team, we get the whole squad in.
Get the whole squad in, baby! And then just put Cram on Suyo just for the sake of it.
We're gonna miss out Sakura though. She got banned out. Nah, it's alright.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Team 7 don't need her anyway.
They already have Team 7, just the two. Anyways, Hilda as well as Hayabusa locked in. Valentina as the response. That's interesting.
They are going to take the Lucas. Yeah.
That's why.
We're assembling Team 7.
We've already... Wait. Therefore, only Gara is the only one that hasn't been shown just yet.
Yes.
Man, that's a tough call.
Yeah.
When are you gonna find a situation where Veil is other than Stormy?
Stormy plays Veil, but now.
Not this game. Maybe the next game.
Yeah. And also, fun fact, Keeman might be a jungler, but his favorite heroes are Fanny, Nana, and Angela. That's a solo queue play.
That's definitely a solo. Pump stomper.
That's a pump stomper.
It is a pump stomper, but at the same time, it just goes to show. I feel like that's every like jungler's answer. It's like, yes, Fanny won, and then they're like, thinks about it for a second. Angela, yes. If it's not a jungler, Nana. Every time.
True, that's true.
Oh, interesting. Irithel into the Harith matchup?
They do move pretty fast though.
But why though? Interesting that they wanted to take the Irithel. This, I don't... Has the nerfs impacted it that bad that you can't trade back against the Irithel if she took Master Assassin? I don't think so.
As who?
As the Harith.
I don't think so. I think
you still win that trade
do,
regardless.
Like, decent, right? Like you don't... Like the only time Irithel runs you down is if you royally mess up your lane.
Oh, that's also true. That's also true. If you miss out a minion or something like that. All right, let's see. As DXS are the ones banning out the CC this time.
There's a possibility for Sakai's Lucas? I mean, can never rule that out.
Yeah, we can never rule that out. There's no way to tell, but I think he's more incentivized to do so now. But it's not like Hayabusa has like a good matchup against the Lucas anyway, especially for the early game if that's what we're focusing on.
So they banned out the CC to protect the Hilda. I can understand that, but it's so oddly specific.
Yeah, it's... Huh. Interesting. Sicilian, the next to be banned out, makes a lot of sense. Able to outrange the Valentina in lane, clearing the lane a lot faster in that 2v2. And more importantly, it's going to really make Harith and Lucas's life a living nightmare once he is fully stacked up.
So you take that one away, one of the late game options gone. You don't have to worry about Joy anymore. So Granger is the only one left in the pool, but I don't think SRG cares too much about the Granger at this point. They probably look to shut down either Storm, Zero Pool, like I think the... actually, no, you have the Valentina, right? You could even look at the Rome picks now.
Or the mid picks. I think it makes sense for SRG to get rid of mid picks. DXS, EXP picks, maybe a little less. You have... I mean, the fact that you're banning out the CC rules out that, hey, even if Lucas goes into the EXP lane, what are you going to pick? You're probably going to pick a Sandbag, probably going to pick a tank. They get rid of the Jawhead. So I'm guessing they want their mid laner to be a little bit more immobile. Farsa, Yve possibly. Farsa would make the most sense because at least you can reposition.
I agree. They could also opt for a Cho pick if they want.
Oh, that's true.
Here, if you want to ban mid laners, I'm thinking you ban out the Yve, right? You take away that zone control. So if there's Farsa, at least it's more doable. You don't have to worry about not being able to dive the back because of an RWM. You kind of eliminate that vacuum. So they themselves ban out the Cho as a response.
I actually like that a little bit more because, again, Lucas really is going to struggle, especially when you're trying to figure out the timing to use that CC immune. Using any of it, using specifically his ult as well as his first ability, when it is fully stacked, might I add, is when you get that CC immunity. Even so, now it's going to be tough because now DXS has to think what other setters would be good here. And especially if we're thinking about like heavy setters, things like Tigreal for an example. Valentina can also steal that ult.
Yeah, this Valentina is indirectly sandbagging some of the picks, right? Like you have to take a risk regardless. So in Rome, I mean, what do we have? You could go for something like Khalid. I think it makes, like, compared to a Tigreal ult, definitely harder to utilize if you're Valentina. It's probably the best case scenario. You have to take a trade regardless.
I suppose, but even, I don't know. You're picking up the Khalid, assuming that the mid lane is going to be an artillery style, right? Unless you're like Novaria or something.
That's true.
That's like the only exception.
But also, like, who do you threaten so far?
Oh, that's also
you
fair.
threatened no one. Probably Valentina if like she sorry missed positions, but aside from that, Lucas doesn't really care. Harith is fine with it. He's gonna take Purify anyways.
Maybe for like turtle takes, I suppose.
Yeah, I think like the big crowd control. Like, you can see the idea from Coach Teo again. It's about being able to go fast. The Divine and Conquer, right? It's like how they did against OB in Game 1. They pick heroes that move very fast, that can split up fights. This kind of feels like it, you know? The Rasi, Khalid, you got the Skyzet, Irithel, the Hayabusa to cause chaos.
Yep. And now, with the triple flex pick in play.
This is a Lucas jungle.
I mean, I'm feeling like this is a Lucas jungle as well. But DXS, the fact that they have Hilda and Khalid, they basically show their they've also shown their own flex. I don't think they can flex this even more to keep it confusing. They have to show their mid laner. And looking at the Badang, as well as the Gatot, doesn't matter if you have artillery or not, or even a stolen Raging Sandstorm, you are going to get cancelled.
That, and also, you have no idea who is the Hilda's laner right now.
Oh yeah.
So they go for the Yve, which...
Still got it, still got it. Okay, so at least with the Novari into the Valentina matchup, it's not the worst. Don't get me wrong. It's not the worst. You're able to kind of maintain the lane all right, and you don't even necessarily have to show up in the rotation because of how far that Star Shatter can reach.
That's true. Like, Storm has to start landing some nasty, nasty shots. Well, one of the good things is that the reach from SRG isn't really the farthest, right? I mean, the furthest you can go with is the Gatot out, but aside from that, everyone needs to kind of get up in your face, which is pretty nice if they're clumped up against the Novaria.
Yeah, I mean, based on the compositions that we're seeing, I'm hoping that DXS can make something actually happen in the mid lane, right? If Storm can land a majority of his shots specifically on Stormy, it might create an opportunity for Cayman to actually get an early first blood. Siska, on the other hand, it's a sandbag lane. There's not much that's going to happen there until the Thunderbelts start to come through.
Let's hop into game number 1 of SRG OG Esports against DxSo. We got SRG blue side, DxSo on the red. Start with a pause, trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, you can hear the hurt in the crowd. Just going,
oh man.
No.
Just started. Don't worry. It's not a Lord fight. Apparently, it's a call from DXS side. I do wonder, with the changes to Lightning Truncheon now, our hero's gonna pick it up. I feel like Novaria is probably one of those. It does make wave clear slightly better. You know, the infinite bounces of the chain lightning every 6 seconds does make a significant difference. It takes away your movement speed bonus, but I don't think that's too big of a deal.
Especially if you're Novaria of all heroes, right?
You built Lightning Truncheon anyways back then.
Exactly, and you can also phase through walls, so it's like, what are you gonna do about me? Hit me through the wall? In most cases, yes. But in this case, I hope we do get to catch like a mid-wave just getting absolutely blown up by a single Star Shatter. That would be fun to watch.
Yeah. I think if you don't go for Talisman, you probably have space for it. But if you do go Talisman, you probably would go Glowing One Wishing Lantern, right?
Most likely, yes.
The amount of shields and beefiness that SRG has, which is kind of a bummer. I think right now, even with how good Lightning Truncheon is, there really isn't too good of a place for it because of how much, you know, HP you need to chip through them.
Or next patch, they change Lightning Truncheon where they get rid of the mana and convert it to magic power.
It's like, wow, I can't afford a Holy Crystal, but
it's like people who instead of go junglers who assassin junglers who are like BOD, but Malefic Roar is cheaper though.
It's cheaper, and you have armor, no more.
Wow, what happened? Oh my God, we come back. And we already see an initial invade. Nobody died, though, at the very least.
Sakai still gets his orange buff. You know, Stormy able to escort him out. So to neutralize the state of the game so far, I would say both XP laners are just proxying waves. This guy does not want to have anything to do with Cram.
Yeah, but I think because of that, they end up losing the Little Wanderer.
They do. The Little Wanderer goes for DXS, and no, those shots they do hurt. And that's a level 1 Star Shatter.
Ow.
70% what extra ratio, which is like what double how what it was back then.
It was like no. Back then it was 40%. They changed it from 40 to 70.
Almost double.
Almost double. We're close. We're pretty close to it. But now,
that's already up.
Oh!
Hey,
you know what?
Hey.
You know what? I take it back. I take it back.
Look,
the 30% is more than enough.
Did you not see the initial shot on Cram? The guys?
What? That dealt so much more. Oh my goodness. God, that is an early first blood coming in from DxSo. I don't know if SRG is actually prepared for this.
Hey, if you are that accurate, you might as well max your Star Shatter. Right? Like, who cares about the Astral Spear?
Yeah, man.
This content is not going to be easy. Sakai does have Unleash the Beast, hang on the tree, instant control the Siska, flickers away. Gets the red tree slowdown though. The shots is not going to deter Sakai from trying to take out Siska, and Siska will go down. Revitalize keeps him alive, and a stolen Raging Sandstorm. Sakai somehow gets out of that. Stolen will miss his shot, and now he has to flicker.
Yep, Storm again trying to bait, trying to get people to break out of that position. At this point, still, Slanger Red Giants get 2 back, but with Lucas low, it does mean that SRG need to reclaim the space. Cayman still has his ult ready to go.
There's a mental warfare. When will the crowd control come through? Shadows are available. The turtle. Oh no! Kim is gonna get taunted up now. He's gonna go down. The timing a bit off. Guys returns to the fight, gets the turtle, the ping does not matter. Siska on the run, SRG with an instant punish. Siska will fall.
Oh, if they just didn't reset the turtle there, that would have been theirs. That would have been theirs for sure. A slight mistake, but now on the top side.
Punish Innocent.
Get him. That's what we wanted to see. And SkyZ, he wants to win this lane bad.
Yeah.
He took Master Assassin, and he also has Spirit. He has no regards to his own life. He needs raw damage.
If Innocent touches me, I might as well be dead. So what if I touch him first?
Exactly.
I will make the first move.
You gotta be the predator, not the victim. That didn't come out of the way I hoped it would. But now, purple buff coming up in 6 more seconds. Down on the bot side, Siska is actually losing out quite heavily to Cram in terms of just raw EXP because of how often he is leaving that lane.
That and also Cram did take the quantum charge, so sustains pretty well into Siska. And Cram is not shy to just use his ultimate, right? Just give that barrage of knuckle sandwich to make sure that Siska doesn't get to leave the lane comfortably. His mid-duo of Stormy Yumes are just gonna make sure that they get priority every time.
Down by the bot side though. No angle for a setup yet. I'm pretty sure that Cram is a little too tanky for the likes of Cayman to cut through just yet. I'm pretty sure the Fury Hammer is already done, but he's going to need a full item before it's actually... Oh, wow, that's an early... So early on.
Early Claw and the Talisman for Storm just for the CDR. Novara's ult did get a cooldown reduction at later levels. As the game progresses, it will benefit her a lot more.
Okay, that's the traditional clear coming out from Novaria.
We found Cram, and Cram's trying to eat it up. Stolen Raging Sandstorm. Stormy will not hit it, but still they find a taunt onto Rossi and to deliver another kill for SRG.
Okay, if someone had some had a lightning truncheon there, Cram was dead 100%. But now, here comes Siska.
Start walking into the jungle, and that's SRG trying to get as much control as possible. Siska not able to find any angle to actually come from behind. Stormy will dodge a Star Shadow this time, and Yumes will also take out the top side.
I gotta give it to Storm. He's pretty accurate on these Star Shadows so far, but the engagements have been pretty rough on DX Soul.
I think this is where you back up as DXO. I'm not really sure if you continue to contest this. Stormy will heal back up a little bit with the passive. Rossi now gets stuck between the wall and a hard place. Attempt to steal from Stolen, but still Sakai's good on the retribution. And a shockwave to blow up Keeman. Siska once more left to his own devices. SRG will try to chase him down. Siska will run away this time.
The Tail Beast Bomb hits again.
Wait, it's not the Naruto skin.
Hey,
what the hell?
Man, what the hell?
And Hayabusa's not using the Kakashi skin. What is this?
They're just not paying attention. They're just not paying attention.
Oh, they call that for nothing.
All the collabs for nothing. Even Rossi was able to change on over to the MPL skin anyways.
Yeah, right.
Sag.
Rusty is as close as we get to Gara now.
Siska, once again, right on top of Cram, but in the meantime, honestly, DxO is not doing too bad against SRG, right? But at the same time, you can see, once SRG have the position over the neutral objective is when DxO starts to struggle.
Yeah, it's the neutral control, right? The way that SRG has been forcing DxO's movement. And you can see that they're keeping DxO's guessing when will the crowd control come up, when will SRG strike, and it has been affecting some of that micro movements. And for example, the turtle that Keeman missed out, he was so worried that Cram is gonna punch him in the face and stun him up, and ended up losing the objective.
Yep. I think Cram is gonna be a bit of an issue for assassins of that sort. Same goes for SkyZ, but
wow, Solar Raging Sandstorm for Stormy. They commit, and they actually crowd control Keeman. He dies underneath his tier 2.
Wow, Cram caught him. He caught him just like that. Threw his fist, caught him against the wall, instantly was able to follow up upon him. Cram is he's not missing these shots right now.
Man is boxing shadows and actually winning. To see that every day control onto Siska, that's half his health are gone. And life is gonna get slightly tough topside. 2 skies and flicker from Innocent! A full commitment to find a kill. AOG from Yumes to escort Innocent out, attempt to snipe, and that will land. Innocent punished by Storm.
Yep, these retrades coming in from Storm is keeping them in this game so far. I mean, they are losing neutral objectives, but what can you do at this stage of the game? Mid control is honestly pretty even. Right now, it comes down to the EXPs, and Cram, 3 levels up on Siska so far because of all the early engagements happening, is starting to bleed into that lead.
And Rossi will get control up, quick send guard to heal up as much as possible. He just needs to survive for his team to arrive. Purple buff is a contention. Astral Echo, 3-man ping, Shockwave thrown out. Kimin gets his buff.
Nice, nice. They defended his buff, and we do see a Berserker Fury purchased by SkyZ. He's scaling up slowly but surely, but even so, he needs to get these double waves sooner rather than later.
And we need an accuracy checker on how much shot Storm has landed. Because the further you are behind, the more shots you have to land as a Novaria to equalize things. And he has been on point.
I mean, I gotta give it to Storm. They are very, very accurate. Oh, okay, they revealed. Do they want to engage?
And it's a Lina player, so cannot doubt that aim. So both teams traded a Raging Sandstorm. Storm, again, continuing to get these snipes off Stormy. Just no safe spot to be in.
Yep, again, Stormy has been target number 1, actually, in terms of taking the Star Shatters to the face. In the meantime, though, as you can see, SRG overall winning on every objective count, right? Turtles, stolen camps, and as well as turrets as well. There is less space for DxSoul to actually work with. Now they're in the behavior of we've got to start grouping up at this point. And this is where it gets really, really scary. Technically, they can still play by themselves, especially for those who have mobility.
Finally, Stolen checks the bush. They realized Cram was not on the map, and they're like, I'm not really sure if I want to go to bot side jungle, where there's a random Lucas in the lane. A good Spidey senses, but Rasi might not be the best spot, so he also has to back off.
It's okay to give him topside space at this point. Lord is building up. If you sacrifice a T2, you've either got to find a pick of your own, if not rush that Lord.
So SkyZ right now will club bottom wave. It's taking him a while. SRG are rotating bot side, which means that they don't get any structure, and Cram continues to eat up space in that Lord pit, and full combo onto Siska. That's his flicker out. They turn around, get a taunt onto Rasi. Rasi now gets turned on, loses most of his health. 4-man ping with the Astral Echo. Demon attempts, but could not find the opportunity. So guys, found the back guy, somehow stole him! Deleted! And they find AOG taunt. Rasi also falls, and SRG somehow found an opening. Revitalize, keeping both the guys and neutralize. This guy doesn't want to fight this guy. They're getting caught again. They get rid of Stormy, but at the cost of 4 of their members.
Fortunately, Stormy near. Oh, he catches him!
No shadow for Kimin is a wipeout for SRG.
2! We see 2 ults come out of Cram in a single sequence. Now, so guys, he cannot take this Lord by himself. He might actually, oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. He needs help. Somebody help him, dear God, help him.
Damage. Ah!
He's alive, he's alive, he's alive. Okay, thank God, thank God, thank God. Woo!
He should get this.
He's got this. Novaria is way too far across the map to be stolen. Now he's got Queen's Wings on his hand if he wants to turn around fights where he gets targeted first. Regardless, DxSoul not in a good space anymore. These fights are not working out the way they are, and Cram is becoming an even bigger menace. Again, he has blocked so many shots, it's crazy.
Yeah, whoever he catches, just you eat a flicker or you die. How did Sakai's find Storm in that fight?
Don't know. So guys, I saw him dash on over, hopped into the purple buff pit, realized that Storm just timed out of his translucent state, so he can't hop over walls anymore, and then they just jumped him. Caught him in the purple buff corner.
He got jumped by a pulse too. It's a good time for DxSoul to start thinking about what's the contingency plan, because there really isn't much in this current point of time. I think it's a call made by SRG's side, by Stormy specifically. Yeah, I mean, Storm, good on the shots, been getting some very good pings with the Astral Echo. But now the question is the follow-up, right? The only setup they have is with the Khalid. It's not an easy ult to land.
Yeah, it really isn't, especially when you're trying to figure out who your target is. I think, unfortunately, for these earlier stages, it really boils down to Rasi having to hit a, like, I don't know, 2 to 3 man Raging Sandstorm possibly, because he keeps going for Stormy and Stormy keeps taking his ult. So when he sees it, he just has to respond by pressing the button as well.
Yeah, that and Cram also, big deterrent. And Rasi gets caught by Cram. Best case scenario, he survives. But then he cannot re-enter the fight because he has to commit his heal for that.
And more so, you can't just quicksand guard in their face anymore.
Yeah.
Even just basic auto attacks. Once it gets to that third auto attack, punches him right out of the state.
Yeah, tough spot for DxSoul to be in. I mean, this is what we sort of foresee it, you know, developing as the game progresses, where DxSoul, once they start getting put behind and they start losing initiative, you can see SRG starts, you know, to walk over them. It needs the hesitance as well.
It is hesitance, but I think now this is where they're at the weakest point in the game. Keep in mind, SRG are the ones with the early game composition, and as it transitions into the mid game, they're only going to get even stronger in these types of team fights, especially in the 5v5s. Once we get to the later stages, especially if Irithar and Navaria get their items, that's when they don't really have to interact as often, and they can purely rely on the pokes.
They did punish Stormy and Innocent early on. Cram is the only one that hasn't really faced much hardship. Not that Siska can do anything as the Hilda. But still, 7.5k gold lead. And it's like Storm just got his got a lot more weight on his plate right now.
Yep, here we go. Lord still crashing in. DX Soul must defend.
Should be able to do so. Just the first Lord. Oh no, this guy, he just disappeared. Too much magic damage. Kimin wants to try and do something, but he almost loses his life in the process.
Yeah, gotta be careful of that. That's why Sakai's was already transformed. He unleashed that beast and he was ready just in case Kimin wanted to make a play. I think right now, Kimin, he's gotta be a little careful with the quad shadows. He's gotta really start readjusting the timings. Oh, conceal?
That means this mid inhibitor is guaranteed secured. Now DXO will have to try and play with the sideways. Silver Lining, they lost the mid inhibitor, so sideways still very, very manageable. Siska getting that Athena shield as the first full item, also going for the budget build. Antikyras will be up next.
Ooh.
I don't think it makes too much of a difference, right? He's primarily dying. Wait a minute! Innocent already has a concentrated energy.
Yeah.
What the hell?
He does. When did he get it? I'm not too sure, but apparently that's what this 8k lead has been building up towards. Even though he's only like 1,700 ahead of SkyZ, it's just that the items, unfortunately, slightly cheaper in this case. Even so, I still think that Innocent, with his choice of that concentrated energy, knows that he's going to be the target. He knows that if Cayman gets on top of him with that quad shadows and goes into the shadow kill, he has to sustain somehow. And maybe it's just compensation for the fact that they've nerfed the amount of shields Harith can generate.
That's true. I thought that you would still go for an Oracle or something, right? Like, last item probably would be a Divine Glaive, Blood Wings. Rasi, that's almost half his health bar. Like, I'm pretty sure that Kran didn't build any... Wait a minute. Blade of Heptases.
Yeah. He's having a fun little time right now. Because he knows he's ahead. He's 3-0-6, dude. He's 14-10. He's 4 levels up on Siska right now. Siska is like, I'm playing second row. Cram's like, nah, I'm EXP.
They're trying to kill Cram, so they force his flicker out. That's the best they get.
Just like how an EXP player should be. It's just 1v4, gets out of it. Hey, no big deal, guys. No big deal.
I survived, guys. Now, let's do Lord.
All right. Sitting on top of this Lord is going to be a pretty tough take for DX Soul. In terms of their inhibitor situation, it's only the mid inhibitor that's missing. So mid side is definitely under the control of SRG for now. They can always push regardless of what DX Soul tries to influence the wave. However, the big issue here is that unfortunately Lucas not great at taking Lord and can't really dance with it.
Yeah, you can heal up a little bit with your War Axe Spell Vamp, but you definitely need the whole team. Just now Yunus was blocking out Rasi's path, and now Rasi, even if he wants to cut through mid, there is vision from SRG. This is going to be the hardest steal, and just not doable. Cram once more keeping Keeman away.
Ooh, that was scary. Very, very scary indeed. Bit of a 50-50 on that one, but luckily Sakai has done enough. With the Lord walking in, let's see how the siege is going to play out. Because at least for DX Soul, clearing waves, they don't necessarily have to put themselves in danger with the help of this Novaria.
Man, Cram's so fast. Brute Force Breastplate, Quantum Charge.
He's so far ahead right now. Like, he's a crazy amount ahead.
Yeah, whoever he catches actually just blows up. Right? God forbid he catches guys that will Storm, who both have ways of getting over walls. It's not the most readily available. Lord very quickly taken care of. Did come down mid-side. So they try to clear out the wave with the Mac punches. Conceal up from Yums to zone out DXO. They want the second inhibitor, they'll get it.
They've got 2 inhibitors off of that Lord. They're taking this really, really slowly because as soon as they group up too close together, they're expecting a full engagement from DX Soul. And there's not much they can really do about that other than the AOG coming in from Yums. That being said, though, Storm is scaling up pretty quick. Like, Yums is taking some pretty significant damage from these Star Shatters.
Yeah. Slightly awkward position for SRG to be in, right? There's a flank possibility. They will try. Innocent will have to flicker thanks to Rasi. Mid-side, Sakai and Siska going on a 1v1. Sakai turns into the beast. The shockwave, not enough to take out the Hilda.
Not yet, that is. They still want that last inhibitor.
We'll get it. Oh, he came in once more. Scary territory. Wishing Lantern done for Stormy. Maximum damage for SRG.
Yep. Sakai's also building into an Antique. Interesting. Antique in this particular build. I guess he knows that he's starting to fall off at this point. He does have that killing spree. He doesn't have any kind of util sort of emblems to get him out of some tight spots. He just has to get somebody low, touch him once, and then walk away. Even so, GDS completed by Sky Z. He is in position to fight, and he'll be very fast, knowing that Innocent doesn't have his flicker, and the same can be said on the opposite side.
Yeah, he is maxed out in items too.
Oh, this is so scary. Oh, the damage coming in from Storm.
Yeah, insane. What a Storm have.
He doesn't even have a Wishing Lantern yet.
He does have Lightning. AOG cuts off Siska from the rest of his team. And that's the ping. Sakai's will get hit once, came in. Base out Sakai's. Damage. Rasi from the back, but his team is not dead. Sky is trying to run down Stormy, but now he's trapped. He's all alone. He needs to run the other way, but Sakai's will not let that happen. Skyzet sacrificed himself, but got nothing.
A mistake made. He saw the opportunity to get on top of Valentina, but it just, again, unable to finish off that kill, and a fast response from SRG. He is not going to get away with that. He's got to be more patient. Oh, no.
Diamond Force forces to back up. Cram does lose immortality, though, thanks to Storm. Can they defend against this guy that needs another 20 seconds? It's going to be a long 20 seconds. Especially when Storm is the only one that can clear out waves. They got the Shadow Kill from Kimi to do that. Rasti is going to base the guys away, try to buy time. Rasi will go down, wants the kill for the guys. Meanwhile, the rest of the XO tries to keep the run alive, but they all will fall one by one. Wave still clear out immortality out as well. Grab is gonna die to the crystal. Storm still holding strong. Now Skyjet is back. One more wave. Can it clear it out in time? Storm needs to wait for its cooldowns. SRG will try, but a fresh wave from top will guarantee game one.
That's a 2-0 victory. Oh my goodness. That felt like a 2-0 victory, but man, they beat him. Oh, it felt like they beat him twice there. That again, SRG feel in the zone once they get into that mid game. Once they get into that flow state, they'll take their time with it. They're trying to keep it clean for the sake of their gameplay. But that early game definitely had me worried there. DXS making sure, showing up some pretty interesting strats.
Yeah, they got some very good ideas on what to do against SRG, what to do against this Lucas jungle, you know, trying to punish Innocent early on. But as the game progresses, SRG got more and more in control, and one unfortunate error from Skyzed really costed them that game, right? He just got his last item. He was ready to fight, but that was not the fight to take.
Too eager. They got to discipline themselves. Oh, man. Small things. I'm actually not too bad. I'm not too sad for DxSoul because again, this is one of those games where it's a learning experience. I wanted to see SRG play the map. They played the map and they played it very, very well. And then out of everything, I would have expected that Cram would walk away with a 4-level lead. That is not something you see every day, but it just goes to show, hey, if you are going to be playing the map, you're going to be trusting your other teammates to scale up just as quick, if not quicker, when they're not being pressured.
Yeah, wins the lane with Quantum Charge, leaves the lane first, and solo kills enemy tanks. I don't know how he does it, but again, it's Cram in a nutshell, right? We wanted to see that matchup. Siska there was some good adaptations. Avoid interaction by proxying waves, but when it comes to these team fights, Cram was just on top.
Yep, he just was on top. Let's look at the final item builds for both of these teams. Have a quick look here at what they got. Because as they started off, let's see. So yes, he did go for the Thunderbelt, but he went for such a greedy build, right? After the order is what I'm most interested in. When did he get the Blade of Heptases? Did he go for the Hunter's Fury and just held on to the item before he finished everything else?
I feel like what I would think is Thunderbelt, Fury Hammer, Brute Force, and then you complete Blade of Heptases.
And then you complete Blade of Heptases?
Or do you complete it after Oracles?
I don't know, because the traditional route especially if you are building Thunderbelt, is like max cooldown, right?
Thunderbelt Oracle.
Thunderbelt Oracle cooldown boots, right? But his build opting to go for even extra armor as well, knowing that he might be faced with Sky Z to reduce the auto attack damage as well. I don't know. It's an interesting way to look at it. Very greedy indeed.
Yeah, very greedy, but paid off big time, right? The payout is so good. He's out trading the Hilda, which is normally something that you don't see often, but you probably play Heptases with your punches. But all things considered, right? Mid lane is by far the only even lane. Like Storm has been able to keep up with Stormy while even leading in almost 600 net worth by the end of the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, I think that Storm one of the better performers here in this match. Unfortunately for Rossi, really difficult job on this Khalid. I think things could have been slightly better had they forced priority and utilized Rossi in a way as a trigger finger for SRG to respond, because once SRG got into the tempo, it was really difficult for DX Soul to kind of steal it back.
Yeah, and Rossi found no space to walk up, right? He walks up, he eats poke from Stormy, Yums is taking up space, Cram is a no-go zone, like wherever Cram goes, someone dies. So they essentially just locked Rossi out of the game.
Yeah, especially after like level 6.
Yeah,
I think that's when you saw his impact significantly dip, and he was just trying to find angles, which SRG did not give them at all. However, I do hope that coming into the second game, that DX Soul might switch up this matchup for Siska, or at the very least, re-emphasize that, hey, you need to have priority over your lane, because again, it's a pretty fast clear for the Hilda overall with Concussive Blast.
I think another way is also SRG catching them off guard with the picks, right? The last two
Maybe,
picks.
yeah.
Badanga thought was initially it was a very big flex that I think DxO were not expecting, because they did establish they did establish the Hayabusa, Hilda, and I believe the Khalid, no, Irithel in the first 3 picks, right? So something that to keep in mind for DXS. Not too worried. I think at the end of the day, SRG just kind of outwitted them on blue side with the last 2 picks.
Yeah, again, triple flex picks, really difficult to handle, honestly. Super, super difficult to handle. I think that DX Soul, not too bad. The fact that they brought it all the way to 18 minutes into this game, especially against SRG, they didn't roll over as quickly. I mean, obviously, with the way that they've drafted, and unfortunately with Sky Z, they probably could have pushed it to 20 minutes.
Yeah. And Kimin also wasn't finding any cigar this game, right? Just constantly sandbagged by Cram as well. Maybe DxO could look at switching up that roam pickup, right? Like, we haven't really seen much of a Jawhead or Cho in the first phase. It always bleeds into the second phase where they usually get banned.
Yeah, there's just too many priority picks, but let's look at the stats here, because Innocent, 811 GPM is the rich guy of the game. The carry with 82,000 is going to be Storm, and obviously Sandbag going to Siska, but with best wingman going over to Yums.
Like father, like son. They both look so good.
They both look so good. I mean, at least for Yums, he never had to do the nuclear option super often. He uses it very aggressively. Very minimal times did he have to use it defensively.
Yeah, he uses it to catch like the hardest targets, right? Hayabusa, Novaria. Having the time of his life as Gaton. Well, occasionally running around with the Revitalize to keep his team alive.
Oh boy. All right, so now that we have the order, this is what I've been waiting for. So Thunderbelt, then Brute Force Breastplate, then Blade of Heptases. It's not like he bought a component. He just went straight for Blade of Heptases. Yeah. He just took his time and then finally got the Oracle at the very end. On the contrary, right, I think that Stoa may have made a bit of a mistake going for the Thunderbelt, especially with what he was facing against both Cram, Sakaizen, as well as Yums. The Wishing Lantern probably would have done him justice.
Yeah, they went for Lightning Truncheon, right? So that, I do agree. I think the Wishing Lantern would have done slightly more, considering the front lines of SRG. You got again the Badang, the Gatot, but the Lightning Truncheon did help them manage the waves a bit better. Again, like if you have to slot in a talisman, you have to give something up, and I think that is one of the dilemmas when you want to consider buying a lightning truncheon, because most of the time if you buy lightning, you probably won't think about wishing lantern.
Probably, yeah. No, that's also true. But in general, interesting item builds coming up from both teams. Bit of information, at least for Novaria's out there, in case you can hit your shots. Storm got you covered. With that being said, let's have a look at our MVP of the game backstage. Give it up for Crab, having a strong performance on this Badang. He's really acclimated to the Malaysian culture.
Yeah, you know what they say. The strongest Indonesian hero is played by a Filipino. It's one of those examples. Of course, so, the only death was at the Crystal when they were trying to end the game. But aside from that, he just completely crushed not just the lane, but the entire early to mid game.
He did. He absolutely did. Having some incredible catches. I don't even know how he predicted some of these catches, or maybe it was just that obvious coming up from a Hayabusa. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure.
Or maybe he just tap cast.
He could have just tap cast for all we know. But then he would have to preemptively do it, wouldn't he not?
You need to see the person on the map, because if not, you just go in a straight line, in front of you. I don't know. He either has very fast reaction, or he's really good at the game. I like to think it's both.
He's just pre-firing it the whole time. It's like he's going to end up right here, guys. Trust me. But that early game, that DXS pulled off the initial invade and then afterwards getting first blood on that mid lane, that's exactly what I want to see from DX Seoul.
Yeah, I think this moment also was a bit of a lack of coordination from DX Seoul, right? They came in, wasn't ready to fight, but their front lines have already went in. So they committed a lot of utilities, but they didn't layer it enough. And of course, as the game kind of breaks down, SRG started running away, and the front lines struggled to hold up.
Yeah, and every single one of these turnarounds, so much value. Innocent actually nearly dying here because Stormy decided to dash towards his side while the shadow kill was on him. But look at these catches coming in from Crab. Doesn't let anything escape from him. And he already used his fist crack earlier, but the fight dragged out for so long that he gets it back.
Yeah, he just looks at the cooldown and it's like, within 3 seconds, I can pull off a combo. That's how much stagger the fist crack kind of provides for you. Just the kit of a Badang. I mean, we saw him solo kill Skyzer, so I don't know what else you want from this Badang. He's just too strong.
Just too strong. Too strong. Can't believe that he got away with that build, honestly.
Yeah.
Really, really can't believe it. I thought maybe he was doing something cheeky, like, oh, just have the Fury Hammer ready to go in his back pocket and then build into the Thunderbelt, but nah. Did it honestly.
Yeah, the most we saw was Thunderbelt, Oracle, then Brute Force, right? I think Smooth did that, and then there's Crab.
And then there's Crab.
Yeah, Quantum Charge, right? Might as well go for the traditional Badang build, the Holy Trinity.
Oh,
without
the
corrosion,
Holy...
right? Evil Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, Blade, Brute Force, and then Immo, right? You don't have a space for Oracle, sadly.
The classics, the good old. But, oh, goodness. Difficult to see DXL take a loss like that, especially since it was off a mistake rather than just getting hard outplayed. Macro-wise, yes, but micro-wise, man, that blows.
I mean, with all the punches he's been throwing, I'm pretty sure he's pretty thirsty.
He is thirsty. And some may say that he might be looking for some 100+, because again, this is our sponsors that we're cracking open in the middle of it. Guys, don't worry. What? Did you not get one?
Do I?
Yeah, that's right over there.
Wait, there's more.
Yes, we got a whole bunch.
There's more.
Oh, it's still going.
Oh, it's
still going.
I can get it.
We might as well bring the entire bag here, because we're gonna be chugging through this for. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna make us do that. Oh man, our producer's gonna be so mad. What happened to all of our 100+? Oh, we drank it all on the day we got it.
I mean, it's happened previously.
No, we're not doing that again.
No, not again.
We're not.
we're losing out on a lot of privileges. we used to have snacks on the desk.
We did used to have snacks on the desk. Oh man, those were good times. Anyway, thank you 100+ for sponsoring us and also keeping us, hydrated in between games, and especially if you look between those tactical pauses.
My favorite line is zero sugar. That's my favorite line nowadays. I see something with zero sugar, I'm like, sign me up.
You healthy boy. Honestly, I do need the sugar, to be honest. Woo! Casting is a rough job. very energy-consuming job, and that's why. But if you are looking to watch out for your health, get the zero version of it. And, I mean, they've also got like the active, they also got the regular version, they got the whole bunch. But
they got like different flavors, like lime, I think oranges, like that.
Oh yeah, they do.
One, yeah.
Do they also come in the zero sugar?
I don't know.
That's a good question. We should go ask them later. But until then, we still have a game number 2 to also catch, and adaptations will come into play. I'm thinking about blue side here. I'm thinking about whether DxO want it.
Did they take blue side last week? I think they did, right? They take like blue side one of the games against OB.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, but I feel like they found more success on that red side.
Oh, tough. Hey, guys, keep in mind, if you are coming to Stadium Juara, we've got the swag. We've got the clothes that you want to buy. If you look up on your screen, the MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise is now on sale. More designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth.
Yeah, that's my boy RJ right there.
Let's go!
One of our marshals. If you guys want MPL tickets, message him on Facebook.
Are you gonna put his ad out as well? You're gonna dox him, visit him, send him posts.
A lot of people were trolling him. They're like, oh, before MPL starts, everyone who knew him were like, tickets please. And I was like, tickets please. He was like, no.
For the last time.
No. I'm like, fine, I'll use my pass then.
Unless you find his email and send him an email, he might respond. Just absolutely ruined him. Now, we got a WhatsApp text from the MPL Insider from Stormy. We noticed that the team was a little more nervous in the first match, and is that true? He said, usually for our first game, we feel a lot of up and down emotions. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. Surprisingly, Innocent performed so well. I don't know how to describe that feeling. Maybe we were just a bit nervous, lah. It's the first time of the season, right? First game of the season, right? So we really wanted to do our best.
And that's the mindset every team should bring in, regardless if it's the first game or the last game, just give it your all. We did see some of that shakiness, but Clutch God Innocent came through once more, and from that point, it has been on an upward trend so far, right? Yeah. They had some, I wouldn't even call the earlier game mistake, the early game as mistakes. It's more like, DxO has some very good protocols. So with that aside, I think SRG, they're feeling really good coming into this series, and especially the second game.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the Hilda Khalid invasion. Like, it's the proxy instant invasion and just duke it out for a little bit and then walk away. And I don't think anybody was expecting that one.
At least now we know that it's not too bad of a move into a Lucas jungle, right? Like he doesn't fight pretty as well.
I mean, if it's 1v1, sure. Like Lucas, he'll beat you down. He'll beat you down. Sometimes you have to wait till level 2 before that beatdown starts. But as a jungler, as soon as you use that skill 1, 7 seconds, you have to sit there and just punch.
Yeah,
that's all you got.
And you punch 2 times.
And you have to punch 2 times to get the maximum effect. So they probably hit him pretty hard. Regardless, let's see how this game number 2 is going to be as we start on and make our way into the drafting phase. Where is DxO going to end up on? Is it an equalization? Is it going to be a 2-0?
See, is it going to be blue side for Theo this time? Yep, let's take blue side. Blue side Fanny ban again. I think we have 3 teams right now that ban Fanny blue side. We have Coach Theo, DxO. We have Coach Bam from AERO, and of course Messiah from Vamos.
Yep, it is. It's painful to see, but at the same time, what can you do about it?
This is post nerf.
This is post nerf. Yes. I guess they have other things in mind, but now that Coach Arcadia has decided, let's get rid of Jushin. The question is he leaving Kalia out up for grabs on purpose, or does he know that Coach Theo isn't going to go for it and will go for something else?
Yeah, Kalia has been a huge first pick priority for a lot of the teams, and she doesn't have the best win rate, but the games that she wins are very dominating. I mean, SRG even got a Kalia first pick in their very first game. It's pretty good against some of the pick-off heroes like Cho Jawhead, right? That is assuming you get the first move. In fact, I think you have a lot more agency moving in between these lanes and getting those pickoffs.
Oh, absolutely. Time being, though, Coach Theo discussing with the rest of his team the next upcoming ban and planning out their next steps for the first couple of picks in this phase. He's got 8 seconds left on the clock, and even Snow giving his feedback. And it looks like they're going to get rid of that Lucas entirely. They don't want to deal with the triple flex pick that Coach Arcadia presents.
Okay. So the next in line for XP then probably Hilda CC. If we're talking about non-flex, Coach Arc, you still have the Matilda left on the pool, so they banned the Kalea.
Good, good. That means a lot of pretty nasty picks up for grabs here. The Loyi is still available. There's also the Harith gonna get instantly locked here. It looks like Coach Theo is deciding to deny some of the power picks away from SRG, which I don't think Innocent minds too much.
Yeah, he's pretty sure he's eating good.
He's eating good.
He has been through this plenty of times. Doesn't matter. You can only attack his pool so much. So I think maybe the focus is you take one of the strongest picks away from Innocent, and then you look at the maybe it's time to look at the supporting cast around him, right? Clearly you can't.
Probably a good idea.
Just give Skyzet a good matchup. So instantly it's a Moskov pick.
Yep, it's Moskov as well as the Suyo. This could mean that Joy could get locked in for the side of DXS. Pretty good matchup there, but then that's why Coach Arcadia pairs up the Suyo with the Moskov, knowing that the Joy can get stuffed by a Blade of Despair.
Yeah. So the next piece is gonna be like an E for Valentina. Just make it Purple Boy Club. Purple Boy Club. You know what pains me the most is that Suyo has a 33% win rate.
Only in MY, am I right?
Only in MY.
Only in MY can you get away with things like that. It's an abysmal stat, but at the same time, we still have a lot of games to get through the season to maybe change that up.
That's true.
Oh.
I mean, the only win rate lower than the Suyo win rate is Lolia's Claw.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that'll never get old. It never will. Cho gets locked in on top of the Farsa. They get their mid lane pretty early on here. They show the Cho. It's a strong mid duo for now, assuming... no. Rossi plays it, so they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
So that's the adjustment that we did. Bring up in game 1 that you can consider looking for the Cho or Jawhead pickup in the first phase. So they've done that. The only lane left is that jungle and the XP side, which shouldn't be too big of a headache since I think Joy is out of the equation with Harith in the pool, so you're looking at Alpha, Hayabusa, Selena pick. This is going to be another one of those Stormy techs.
Yeah, it is going to be one of those Stormy techs, but at the same time, at least this one makes like a little bit more sense.
Purple.
Oh, you're right. It is purple.
Do we have enough purple boys? We don't have Phobius.
What else is purple in EXP?
Yeah, most of them are majors, like Valentina, Eve, Lilia, they're all mid.
Julian, I guess, but then he's more like, he's kind of like blue-ish. I mean, he's sort of purple, I guess.
I don't think we have enough.
I don't think we have enough either.
I mean, the other one we have is not available, is Glue, but it's banned out this week.
Yeah. Jeez, even in the roam position, huh?
Do we have any purple roamers? Glue.
Yeah, Glue as well. Wait, I have to think about this for a moment. Wait. There's gotta be something.
Unless Yums plays the Lena roam and then we get another mid-mate.
Oh, and then we get like Eve or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, something a little bit on the nose. I'm not even considering the fact that there are probably like purple skins out there for some of these EXP laners. I'm not crazy, right? Benedetta probably has one.
Yeah, the closest one is probably the MPL one. Shades of purple.
It's shade, yeah. It's not like a deep hue like Susano behind Sasuke. Regardless. Next bans are coming through. I'm surprised that the Farsa was picked over the Joy, but that's totally fine. Coach Arcadia, gonna make sure, cover his bases. Get rid of the Joy, get rid of the Fredrin as well. Very smart.
I'm surprised they banned the Joy because I thought that maybe Joy would not be too big of a prio since there's so much magic damage on DXS side, but you cover your bases regardless. This is where they can show a flex. The Badang is still up on the field if they want to go for that.
I think it's worth banning out against the... Ooh. Is it worthwhile? Is it worthwhile just for Siska's sake? Yeah, get rid of the Guthon instead. Okay, yeah. You get rid of the Gato instead, keep the Farsa safe. You can definitely dodge the arrows. If not, you get Cho to block the arrows for you physically, or just straight up just use a Shunpo to deny the stun. First pick in the second phase going over to SRG. Valentina.
I mean, Badang is still up. There's still the Hilda, I think. Yeah, Hilda is also still available.
Is it worth picking Hilda?
Probably Badang,
I think Badang would make the most sense. High loss, yeah, high loss as well is not bad.
Thinking if you have to make a choice, probably Badang. There's a way to deal with the high loss too. Probably a flex pick angle regardless, right? So they take the high lows.
Yeah, because they don't necessarily want to show what the matchup is yet. And I think that's the most important part. I think at this point, this is where Siska says, even if he gets, oh wait, no, but then you have to deal with a Badang on top of that,
Unless
even if it's CC.
Yeah. Hilda doesn't feel good anymore.
It doesn't feel the greatest, I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe CC?
Into CC, it's still manageable.
No, like, compared to CC, like if they take CC instead of Hilda.
Oh, if they take CC instead of Hilda? Yeah. I think the safest bet is to play Hilda again. If not, if you're worried about like a CC versus Badang matchup, then it's kind of up to you, right? So they're okay with that trade-off. Okay. They go for Nolan instead. Oh.
Okay.
Why not go back to Haya? Why take the Nolan? Why do you want the extra mobility for? Do you want to take like short trades with like Cho and leave Farsa on their own, or maybe even play towards CC's side of the map?
Doesn't change much if you get stun locked. I suppose you are slightly more mobile, but you're also a lot more resource dependent. It's the energy bar.
Yeah, you just have to have priority. Well, regardless, SRG, let's see what they want to play into the CC.
And what does Cram get?
Hilda. I mean, it would make sense. I mean, the fact that you've already shown Nolan is more than enough reason.
That's true.
The power of Rio is within my hands.
Badang again.
Might as well, right?
I mean, they kind of do the same thing, and essentially that's what happens. When CC wants to trade with you, Badang pushes her away. If you're like max stack and she just wants to trade against you, you just go for an all-in engage and time it out.
Yeah, you see the Cho trying to make some cheeky moves. Same thing, right?
Punch him out.
You stagger him.
Knock him out. Every single time. Just abuse.
Actually, he threatens everyone on the side of DXS. I mean, Harry have the Zaman Force dash in and out, but that's under the assumption that you get to pull it off, you know?
Yeah, that's also
It's not the
true.
easiest thing. Like, Farsa gets caught, she is dead meat.
She is a goner. I mean, the crowd is ready for this match. Let's get ready to head into the land of Dawn. Compositions wanting to win lanes for DXS. They want to maintain priority by having lethal threat. SRG, it's going to come down to whether Stormy can hit a bunch of arrows because the rest are going to engage hard and they're going to engage fast.
And we are loaded onto the land of Dawn. Game number 2, DXS against SRG. DXS blue side, SRG red side this time. And well, seems like both mid laners at least. It's just a theory, you know, just a guess. Trying to show off each other's aim, you know.
Gotta show it off. Oh, hold on. Rossi is getting beaten down by Yums at level 1, making sure minimal impact on that wave. And with that being said, now that he's gone, Lethal Wanderer is now very easily contestable. They can start to look for a position onto it whenever they want.
Yeah, instantly loses priority too. And Storm had to use his Purify. That's a twofer for SRG.
It is a twofer. Stormy able to land the arrow just in time before Storm was able to land his own stun. Regardless, they have to play this very carefully. Look at the item, looking at the emblems, we do see Master Assassin coming out from Innocent. He does want to outmatch Sky Z as much as possible mechanically. Coming down to Cram, same exact build, not taking Inspire, opts to go for Swiftness.
And first blood, mid side, Stormy, who took Monster Hunter actually, and Siska took Rupture, so he wants to win his lane hard. But it's not possible against Cram.
Yeah,
no way.
It's not going to be easy. Cram will sandbag you the whole way. Yep, T2 boots already purchased just to make sure that happens. He's going to take his time.
Yeah, trying to walk up? No. And Skyzen now is going to eat a heap of damage.
Oh, look at that. Stormy getting in and out. Making kind of makes him feel like he's got like 4 dashes there for a moment. Even so, rest of the team's still playing it as slow as possible. I'm pretty sure Rossi saw Sakai's head into that bush. Yeah, he did.
That is doesn't feel good for Sky to do. His recall got cancelled and he had to stay to catch the wave. So Innocent is holding Skyzed hostage bot side. And Skyzed can't walk up. You look at the minimap, every time he walks up, he's gonna be forced away. Rossi chipping Sakai's health bar a little bit. This guy will try to show up, trying to get Sakai's out of the way. That is priority. They have successfully secured the turtle for themselves. The EXO gets the objective, and Rossi will sacrifice his life.
Yep, but Skies does get a kill for himself, so that's a gold injection for them. Rossi sacrificing his life and even losing out. Not too much in general. Technically, I would say that is a DX Soul win, but that's on the assumption that they get possession of, like, I don't know, like a side camp or at least one of the buffs to make it truly profitable.
This is going to be a rough one. Full combo onto Rossi. 80% of his health gone.
He's getting chunked out. Stormy and Yums terrorizing the map, making sure that if anybody's rotating through that jungle or riverside, it will be known.
Yeah, and this is the early game, right? This is before items, big ticket items are out for Stormy. Cram, once more, just making sure that Siska doesn't really get too much priority. I mean, he did lose a bit of XP, but it's a small price to pay as a Badang. You are going to be as effective anyway.
Yeah, it is very minimal for you. Oh, did he see that? Did he see Siska? Okay. But they're holding so far backwards. Oh, they thought Rossi was going to dash forward.
That could have been a kill with Sakai's around. Still, then they get the Feather Airstrike out, clear out mid. Innocent continues to make life for Skyzed hard. The EXO did make a rotation to bot side, but realized that there's nothing they could do. In fact, Siska is the one in danger. He does have Vengeance, so they will not commit just yet.
Oh, there we go. Crit call still connects them, but Cram and Sakai aren't really fair. Oh,
they do find Yums. He's gonna draw the Grower's Path with the arrow. Actually connects on the Kimin, so Kimin now has to run away. Skyzed will show up. Zaman Force, they turn around onto Yums, blast him with the Feather Airstrike.
No SOD from Innocent. Oh, he throws it! Harith blocked the trajectory. Was that luck or was that on purpose? Regardless, Skyzed saving the life of Kimin.
Keeping this jungler safe. And that now second turtle on the map. Siska instantly takes aggro of it. Both junglers, in fact, Kimin just hit level 8. So on equal grounds with Sakai's. But Cram is going to continue holding the bush. Just fought Rossi as a Feather Airstrike. Cram just going to walk out. Rossi losing most of his health. Stormy jumps for him, gets the kill. Yums gets away with the shortest pathway and even heals back up. Siska now tries to stand back the front line. The guy's in danger. Has to call it even to get away. Cram again, flicker engage, catches the back line. Still, turtle for Kimin. Siska stunned up by the arrow, pops Vengeance just to survive. Stormy tries to back up. Kimin gets onto him. That's his flicker out.
Oh boy, both teams trying to style on each other. Another arrow! Oh man! Oh man, these guys are not missing their shots.
Nasty stuff. Kick by the Airstrike. Sakai's won't get away this time.
Good combos. Again, it is boiling down to the mid laners. The mid laners plus the supports. It is crazy how much they are getting done with just the two duos.
Yeah, Storm 2-0, Stormy 3-0. Rossi has died 3 times, but he has found value. Bottom side, Skyzed gets the tier 1-2. Innocent did eat the midway, but see that turn of events, Innocent now behind in experience and net worth.
Now they have to play it slow once more. It resets back to nothing. No gold lead for either side, and honestly, DX actually catching up pretty quickly. These fights have been scrappy. The mid-game is where it gets a little dangerous. First item power spikes are a lot better on DX Soul than it is for SRG.
Yeah, it's a even game. No goal advantage. In fact, DX Soul is the one finding something on the map, taking structures. When they got the bot tier 1, they just threatened the top one. And Storm has always been in the right place at the right time, right? The two veterans, Storm and Rossi, covering the bases, making sure that, you know, the rookies, they just stepped into the big lead. They are getting some space to function, making sure that they are always protected.
Speaking of protected, oh, feathered airstrike. is doing a lot of damage so far. It's such a big deterrent against SRG because Storm is scaling very effectively, and he's also making sure that he is full damage with that lethal ignition.
As much as Sakai wants to survive, again, you don't have magic damage reduction anymore with your immortal form. So you are going to take the full brunt of it. Turtle secured by Keeman. Frosty finds a catch. That's on the Cram. They want to burst him down. Cram can't move. And Skyzen will blow him up.
Just a little too soon, too late. Cram dying like that. Unfortunate, but what can you do about it, right? Rossi now taking advantage of the scenario to get on top of Sakai's, but even so, right? This game has been pretty scrappy between the two teams.
And DxO are slowly winning, right? They're finding like these pickoffs from Rossi and Stoem are getting the lead back into their favor. Not to mention Sky's Harif starting to really pack punch. Cram doesn't have the luxury like he did in the previous game where he can go greedy, try to 1v4. Not this time, he's getting bursted.
Might try for something else this time. Rossi, everybody's got their battle spells up. Rossi in particular, that flicker could be the make it or break it here. Now Siska is doing the right thing. Going into that side lane, pulling pressure onto himself. This Feathered Airstrike shouldn't find any kills so far, but even so, we're seeing that both DxO... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Cram had to expend the ultimate just to make sure that he doesn't get caught. Storm did get hit by the arrow though. Pulse the Purify barely escapes, and Rossi forces out 2 flickers from SRG.
They're forced to back away here. Oh, the burst looks good, but not enough to kill Yums. The excess, you gotta call it quits at some point. But even for SRG, that costed them 2 flickers to make that happen.
2 flickers, and all they got was a Purify. Was innately lower cooldown anyways. Lord's gonna be up in 25 seconds, so guys will finally get the top tier 1. Break open the map a little bit.
Just a little bit by bit. Rossi, I mean, one of the few things that's great about him is the amount of vision and space that he's able to create, right? He finds these little pockets that he can hide in, able to see through the cracks, but most importantly, take the space when called upon.
So hard to push this mid side with the Farsa around. Rossi did get spotted out by the trap, so no fancy business. He still has that flicker available, so SRG has to be very, very careful.
Oh, surprised that he got away with that, but even so, see that for the time being, I was expecting SRG to be split pushing more, like a significant amount more, because so far Innocent hasn't been able to participate in too many of these fights, but DxO, the way that they are taking the space to eliminate the possibilities of you even walking up to your gold income, it's a bit of a pain, but doesn't matter. Now the Marksman Trinity has been complete 9 minutes into this game.
Yeah, that, and I think at the same time, DxO, the way that Stormy, the Storm and Rossi takes map control is pretty well thought out, right? Rossi takes the bottom half, Storm takes the other half of the map. Everywhere SRG goes, there is danger. Siska loses a lot of his health to the Selena. SRG looking for a way in. Rossi blinkers couldn't find the kick. He lost vision of his target. Better airstrike gets used. Innocent split pushing bot side. What is the plan right now? Kimi bursted by Stormy again. This Lord free for the taking. Sakai secures it. Rossi now on the run. Sakai cuts through Skyz and Use will beat Storm down. Siska now get caught by another arrow. Pops the vengeance. 3 on him. Stunned up by the fist crack. And a knuckle sandwich to the face. SRG with 4 in the Lord.
SRG, they're playing a strong game here. They're picking apart DxO bit by bit in a very slow and painful manner. Now, they swung the goal back to 2.9k. I'm expecting that to go at least 4k. No, if not 5k, knowing that there are 2 T2s still standing for DxO, and they're about to get crushed.
Took us almost 11 minutes, but SRG, they don't mind playing the slow, methodical gameplay. Very well prepared for the worst case scenario. Again, DxO felt a little bit lost. Rossi had the right idea, but couldn't execute it in time, and it all went downhill with that flicker into a blind spot. So SRG, they're gonna break all the tier 2s. Let's see if DxO can protect any inhibitors.
They're going to try Lord Underwork, demolishing the last T2 of this game. And here comes the Glorious Pathway.
Just as a deterrent, the DxOs have a lot on their plate to deal with. Conceal being used, Cram walking forward, but the airstrike committed as well. Just want to keep the structure alive. And they will do just that. No inhibitors will fall.
As they slowly take possession, SRG are not letting DX Seoul out of their base. They want to keep them in here for as long as possible. Rossi's going to try and make a play, but regardless, in 80 seconds, DX Seoul have to find some kind of advantage before that. If not, during the take and look for a steal.
There's one Abyssal Arrow on the Storm. Rossi still has access to a Slicker. It came back up. So let's see. I mean, Skyset just hit his Holy Crystal, right? This is the tipping point of last game was Skyset hitting critical mass and making a bit of a lapse in judgment. But now he has another chance to try and help DxO back into the game. They have so much damage. Now it's about pulling, being able to kill the right target, right? Lightning Truncheon going on for Storm on this Sparsa too.
Yeah, looks like he really likes this new Lightning Truncheon for himself. And so, haven't seen it come into full use, especially, I don't know if they have the particle effects, if it does have that little lightning bolt like it did last time.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty big. Like you would hear the sound effect of the chain lightning, just the zap.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the most obvious one. Or maybe it travels too fast, I don't know.
It's either or, right? It's either or. In the meantime, though, see that DXS understands the scenario that they're in. And unfortunately, it is not an easy place to be in. Especially since they have so much tempo on you, and that's why they're on your purple buff, rather than just waiting down my orange side.
Cram already has this immortality, so Thunderbelt, immortality, and Oracle. For Cram, you see the damage profile from DxO. It is there. Came in, bringing Sakai's down to less than half health. Cram was getting blasted by the Feather Airstrike and Sky's is damaged. So this is not impossible for DxO to clutch out.
Well, for how long though? Man, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be really, really tough. They need a good sequence of events. I don't know if Storm has enough items to chunk through some of the tankier members, but definitely Thormy for sure. Probably also definitely Sakai's. Ziska really waiting until the last second before he starts walking up.
Yeah, Wishing Lantern just got picked up by Stormy, so these arrows are going to hurt a lot more. Top wave was set up. SOD clears out that bush. And Yums clears out in the other one. Storm forced to fly away. SRG gets the Lord. Rasti finds the kick onto Sakai. Sakai goes down, but Innocent gets to do damage. They trade 1-for-1 so far. Cram able to run away. Innocent, careful! But it was Skyzet who was careless. Innocent finds a double kill, and Stormy is unstoppable. SRG once more with 3 kills and the Lord.
Yup, they're just making sure that these Lord takes. Oh! Another one, a mega! Cayman won't do it, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it.
It's the Malefic gun on this Moskov. 10 seconds for Rasti to come back. Innocent. He will do it if Cayman wouldn't. Willing to take the risk. The arrow does not connect. Is this going to be the last push? Cayman will try to save this. Rasti just came back to life. Innocent is a target. Positive Wisdom Nation denies the damage. Shut down in the end. The minute wave is still around, and SRG cleans up shop 2-0.
Really well played by SRG. The Kings polishing the crowns. Rookies have something to learn from this. They're picking and choosing their fights so strategically. Hey, let's just chill, wait for a neutral objective unless they're really out of position. And even if they are out of position, it was only for like a couple of seconds before they regrouped. And that's when SRG stayed disciplined. That's what you need to be able to play the game at a high level.
Oh man, I just saw someone in the crowd hold up a sign. Sunfrost, are you okay? YADO2 SRG. Deep cut!
The pain. The pain. Guys, give it up for our MVP of the match. Oh, strong series coming in from Stormy. Again, that was quite the bout. The 2v2 between both roamers and both mid laners was fun to watch. They were oiling up the clock tower, making sure that this machine keeps on ticking.
Yeah, you can definitely see the veterancy in both Storm Rossi against Yum Stormy. It's definitely a treat, but when push comes to shove, the rest of SRG, they were the ones to step up. Yeah, like you said, the new faces of DXS have a lot to learn from this one.
Oh, it's a scary sight to behold, especially with an SRG who said they were nervous, probably only because their CEO and COO of OG were in the crowd to watch that game itself. Now, all the pressure's off and it looks like, hey, we're just getting back onto the bike.
Macam tak percaya sebab kita nampak menang yang agak mudah untuk Selangor Red Giant Noji, betul tak? Right, sebab mungkin menang hari ni adalah sebab Skies pakai spek mata. Nampak handsome. Jadi Skies, macam mana rasanya hari ni bila bertemu dengan DXOL? Adakah Skies rasa DXOL ni adalah salah satu cabaran menuju ke playoff ataupun DX ni macam cukup-cukup je untuk korang menuju ke ECC jadual orang kata?
Okay. Actually, apa tu, semua team dalam MPL ni kita orang treat sama je. Kita orang respect everybody. Tak ada istilah apa yang Poji cakap tadi, tak ada.
Minta maaf.
Okay, so I think we just do better preparation je lah against them.
Baik. Jadi dekat sini kita tengok pengalaman membuktikan boleh kalahkan orang punya rookie punya semangat. Dan dekat sini Skies rasa pengalaman tu adalah jadi faktor utama untuk kemenangan SRG hari ini.
Saya rasa benda tu yes, sebab diorang baru sahaja season ni qualify to MPL, which is season 15. Kalau nak berbanding dengan kita orang dah berapa season. So I trust the pengalaman apa saya cakap better lah.
Baik. Pengalaman membuktikan segalanya lah. Baik, soalan seterusnya untuk Vicky. Jadi pada pendapat Vicky sendirilah tentang apa performance daripada DXOL tu sendiri, adakah mencukupi untuk sekarang ni untuk berada ataupun layak ada dekat MPL ni? Adakah diorang ada satu masa depan yang cerah untuk stay dekat MPL?
I think DXO is performing pretty well for a rookie team. Like what Sky said, actually the pengalaman, the experience is really important for them. Especially they just have a roster which is a mix of the veteran and new player. They definitely need some time to find their team identity. Yeah.
Baik. Okay, tapi saya ada baca jugalah dekat dalam komen-komen dekat kita punya social media, dia kata ramai yang tak sabar nak tengok rematch antara SRG ni dengan MV. Dan match tu dah tak lama je lagi. So sebab ada yang kata mungkin korang nak revenge semula selepas kalah dengan MV. Apa persediaan korang untuk bertemu dengan MV?
Untuk MV actually last season pun playoff, we ready. We want to revenge MV last season the playoff. Tapi korang kalah kan. So we didn't match. So actually we was quite disappointed lah. Actually we wanted to fight them last playoff already. So right now regular season we can fight MV finally. So this match is gonna be very hype. So make sure you guys buy ticket and watch. Okay, this game so hype. Yeah.
Alright. So last question untuk Vicky as well. So because of the current changes in dalam meta dengan draft dan sebagainya, adakah korang boleh bawa apa tu meta-meta terbaru bila bertemu dengan MV nanti?
Oh, definitely. So baru ada patch yang baru. Actually last time when we fight MV also ada patch yang baru. So it's kind of a fate that when it comes to this matchup, who will adapt faster will win. So we definitely have saved some strats and then you guys get prepared. Yeah.
Baik. Okay, Skies, kata-kata kepada semua peminat yang datang penuh stadium hari ni. Anything nak cakap kepada semua penyokong yang datang?
Kepada semua yang datang, yang hadir untuk match SRG menentang DXO hari ni, saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak. Dan saya nak ucapkan tahniah kepada kandidat batch 07 kerana result SPM korang. Tahniah mana yang dapat yang result cemerlang, and kepada yang tak bernasib baik atau tak dapat yang cemerlang, jangan risau, jangan give up. Ini hanya permulaan yang cakap.
Setuju, betul-betul. Ingat, apa-apa pun pendidikan itu penting dan ML ada jalannya. Macam itu. Alright, terima kasih kepada Vicky dan juga Sky. Sampai situ saja daripada kami dan let's go untuk kita dengar apa cerita Caster.
Thanks, Poji. Great to hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself. But give it up for our MVP of the game. Stormy kills it once again.
Yeah, with almost a flawless record in both games, in 3-2-7 game 1, 5-0-3 on game 2. I was about to say that Stormy was working towards his target of being the 4th player in MPL MY to hit 1,700 assists. He's short of 4. So he can get that on Sunday when he face MV.
So close. So close indeed. Just a couple more. I mean, he was playing Selena, so I thought maybe step on a trap, somebody else kills him. Nah. He's got. But generally, we don't get to see this too often, especially with these Selenas. We've seen it across other MPLs as well. And the only reason you do take this emblem set is, hey, I do a lot of damage with lethal ignition, but I also want to help my jungler out with my traps.
Yeah, in this case, they had a Suyo as a jungler, so you want to help it clear the camps as much as possible. Very selfless, but gets the job done. I think that's one of the good things about Selena, right? You don't really lose too much even if you take Monster Hunters compared to a lot of other mid laners.
So are you on the board that Selena's trap damage deals a little too much? Because you saw what happened in that mid wave, right? Walks up, throws it on the Farsa, and is like, Bing chill, I walk away.
I agree.
Too much
I've
damage.
had horrible experiences with Selena.
It's not the arrows, it's the traps.
It's the traps. Actually, the arrows don't kill you, but the traps do.
Those traps are obnoxious to deal with. Now, look at the Krams build. He went for the traditional set, right? He didn't do anything too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. We look on the opposite end, though. We do see that the Lightning Truncheon once again purchased by Stoem. He wants that extra bit of burst.
Yeah, and even then, like Cram is he's gearing towards a brute force. You can see the components. He just didn't get enough time to complete it. But overall, I think this Nolan pick, I was doubting it a little bit. I'm thinking, why not the Hayabusa? But overall, did kind of show its fangs, right? Like Gimin is able to pilot this Nolan pretty well. It's just once more like game number 1 wasn't given the space to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, and a lot of his primary targets either are pretty good against assassins, can get away from assassins, or they have flicker. So a lot of the times, like there should have been a couple of times where Kimin actually gotten like 2, maybe he should have ended the score like 3-1-1. Like there was 2 definite kills there had they not had their battle spells. Overall, still pretty surprising that DxSoul was able to put up quite the fight against SRGOG, and like Razorveki said, the experience needs to be there.
And I'm pretty sure that given enough time, if they keep this, these bunch together, down the road, Stoem and Arasi could make something out of them. I mean, they also have Coach Theo, right? Coach Theo backdoor, very decorated back-end staff. But we also saw SRG early game, nothing much to say, pretty solid today. But they're also willing to play that slow pace game, that slow burner with DXS.
Yes. But there you have it, though. If DXS, if they don't mind playing it slow and looking for these big opportunities, yes, game number 1, definitely SkyZ may have gone a little too far out of the comfort zone. I think this time when he was playing a little bit overall safer, I would say that generally it really just boiled down to the lane difference of the side lanes, right? I think that's where it hurt them the most. SkyZ unfortunately unable to get as much gold as Innocent overall, and even Ziska wasn't winning lane hard enough against Cram to have that level of priority.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that game 1 they went a bit too fast. Well, the carries went a bit too fast, didn't work out. Game 2 it was Rasi and Stoem who was trying to speed things up, right? Again, we saw that mid-game around like 6 to 10 minutes, where that map control, it was Rasi taking care of bot side, Stoem taking care of top side, making sure that everyone else gets the farm. SkyZ got his Holy Crystal. We start to see damage from him and Kimin and even Stoem, who is just casually throwing out Feather Airstrike to keep that mid lane tier 1 up.
Yeah, but even so, like it's crazy because when we're looking at the damage numbers, the difference between our MVP and Stoem, not that much. It's like 400 off.
Yeah,
it is pretty wild how much damage this Selena is keeping up to someone like a Farsa. Even so, Sandbag and Wingman going over to Yum's Innocent, of course, the rich guy.
Were they given directives to not like smile in this photo shoot, or is it just SRG?
Hard to say because I think it was only like Stormy who's just like, oh no.
Yeah, everyone else is just game face.
Game face the whole way. And then cut to Stone was like, I'm happy to be here, guys.
It's like,
just good old...
Just another one of those days.
Just another one of those days, man. Even so, there is potential in DxSoul. I can see it. Just need a bit of polishing, a bit of experience, and I think this might be a dangerous team to behold, especially if Stoem and Rasi decide to stay on.
Yeah. We've seen, so far, both series that DxSoul played in, the opponents, they don't mind playing slow, right? Slow and steady. This one was one of the unlucky moments that Rasi kind of flickered and lost vision and everything fell apart. But now I want to see DxO go up against a faster team. Vamos, maybe Homeboys, even Team Ray plays pretty fast as well. How are they going to keep up? Or is this slow-paced kind of gameplay going to be the limit?
I suppose. I think that this might not necessarily be the limit considering game number 1. I think they generally, if they wanted to go fast, they are hot-blooded and young enough to actually keep up with that level, that pace, some may say. Coming into game 2, at the very least, I think this does show us that DxO is responsive to how SRG likes to play, because the only people who were making the moves were Rasi and as well as Stoem. We didn't see any solo plays coming out from the side laners or even the jungler.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to like cover they're just trying to cover their own bases. I think we're still looking for a bit of that. How do you transition from that side lane to help your mid duo, right? In this case, I think that's something that maybe Siska can look at down the road.
Well, I think Siska has got the early game section down.
Yeah, I agree.
Because again, with a couple of times, the Wanderer fight where we saw both kind of collide, Siska was technically able to get there first before they walked away. Other than that, the mid-game got a little awkward.
It's like, what happens when the game starts breaking down, right? When you start losing that lane control, what do you do? And I think that's something that, yeah, they need to work on. But SRG wins again. Next up is MV on Sunday.
Oh boy, that one's gonna be a big one. Like you heard from Coach Azora Vecchi, assistant coach Azora Vecchi, this is going to be a pretty hyped match, especially after MV showing last week. Oh boy,
it looks scary.
Whoa, last time they came in, they were like, okay, yeah, we got some leather. Now they've got that shine on it.
Yeah, I feel like if there's one team that can beat SRG, we're looking at it right now, it's MV, right?
And we're calling it on week 2.
We're calling it on week 2.
So early, so very early. Guys, we've been reading your comments the entire time with the help of the Infinix phone, one of our sponsors of the MPL MY. Guys, keep in mind that the Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus, an all-around performance beast. This is a monster of a machine.
Yeah. It was funny because one of the comments I saw at the start of the show was like, what's the score now? And I was like, well, we just started the show, but glad you asked. It's 0-0.
Thank hell.
So,
great moderator work.
Didn't miss much.
Great moderation work, Husky. Thank you. Guys, keep in mind, we are watching your comments through the help of the Infinix phone Note 50. And overall, considering how this day has been, it is only a prelude to what is to come. With Suru Saturday happening tomorrow and a Sunday showdown between two of some of the best potentially coming in for EWC. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, SRG has some pretty stacked matches lined up, right? There's MV and then Podak next week as well on Saturday. Lots to look forward to if you're an SRG OG esports fan.
Yep, it's going to be a good time, a very good time this week and the weeks to come. Again, it's still early in the league. Anything can happen. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure whether it's going to end the way we think it's going to end. With that being said, though, any final words?
Like my friend once said, expect the unexpected, anything can happen.
That's Husky. My name is Gideon. We'll catch you guys tomorrow on Suru Saturdays on Season 15 of the MPL MY. See you then.
Just try that. Tadi, I coming. Ini, guys.
No flip. Nice one.
Bye. Boleh. No flip. Boleh. Nice one. Yeah, bye. Don't commit to ni ah. Depan nyum. Dah jangan get conceal. Oh, aman.
Aku conceal je lah. Aku tak
just tower. Just tower. Tower dan out. Nice one, guys. Aman.
Dominant ah.
I have ulti, guys. Yo.
I ulti.
I coming, guys. Dominion. Okay, nice one. Kiri bang ah. Kan. I have ulti. Dia pasal Irison dah. Nice one there. Tower.
Tower, son.
Nice one.